last time around. But before we begin, I would like to extend my condolences to all those families who lost their loved ones during COVID. Remembering those we lost and all those who suffered should, of course, be the starting point for all these discussions. And before we move on to the detailed questions, Mr. Wright, if I may, I'd like to put on record my thanks and my deep gratitude to the teams at the Treasury, HMRC, and indeed all the departments that work to devise and then deliver all the economic support programmes that were put in place. They worked tirelessly, selflessly, and without complaint. And I think they demonstrated exceptional skill and professionalism throughout. It was, to me, a very fine example of public service. And I felt personally very fortunate to have both their advice and their support during what was an incredibly difficult time for the country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunak. On the subject of constructive dialogue and looking ahead, the terms of reference for this inquiry require the inquiry to identify lessons to be learned, to inform preparations for future pandemics across the United Kingdom. And so in each area of questioning, I want to very much focus on your reflections and lessons learned from both what went well, and that's important, and where you think a different approach might be beneficial in a future potential emergency. And over the last 4 weeks, the inquiry has heard a lot of evidence about what has happened during the economic response and received a lot of statements addressing that in detail. And so I don't just want to ask you questions about what could or should be done next time, if there is a next time, but how, from a practical perspective, that might be achieved. Bearing in mind it's easy to say, well, you could do this or do that, but the real question is, how do you actually make that happen? Can I, to assist you, Mr. Sunak, and those following your evidence, just set out the basic structure that I'm going to follow in my questioning, so you know the order in which we're going to deal with the subjects, and we will work through these in the course of the 6 sessions of evidence that we have with you. So first, I'm going to examine preparedness as part of the initial response, look at the scale and nature of the shock, the economic shock that the country was facing, then look at some systemic and structural issues in terms of decision-making and delivery. I'd then like to move on to funding, and in particular funding for the devolved administrations. And then to explore the policy response, looking at, in particular, the coronavirus job retention scheme, first of all, then the self-employed income support scheme, then Kickstart, then the uplifts to both universal credit and working tax credit, then the uplifts to both universal credit and working tax credit, then examining the statutory sick pay rebate scheme, then looking at loans as an umbrella heading, picking up different loan schemes within that, grants as an umbrella heading, picking up different elements of grant schemes, and then I'd like to ask you some questions, Mr. Sunak, about access by the voluntary community and social enterprise. Then to examine the economic impact of long COVID as a discrete subject. And then finally, and I'm sure you'll be relieved that it's a finally, to come to giving you an opportunity and to discuss any overarching lessons and reflections that you have, having been Chancellor during this emergency, and to look at any recommendations or thoughts for the future that you wanted to share with the inquiry. We obviously will pick up reflections as we move through, but I want to give you, as I have with every witness, an opportunity at the end of your evidence to make any points that you feel are important points of learning. As I've said, you were appointed on the 13th of February of 2020 as Chancellor. You'd previously been Chief Secretary to the Treasury, so you had been within the Treasury, is that right, before that?
Yes, that is right.
And there had been a number of appointments on or about that date. We've heard Lord Sharma was also appointed on the 13th of February. And we know that the current Governor of the Bank of England came into post a month later, 16th of March. And we understand that the budget, but that is a regular fiscal event, as opposed to some emergency budget, was programmed for the 11th of March. So regardless of the pandemic, your first job was going to be, or your first big job was going to be to deliver that budget on the 11th of March. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. And so you had been, and I'm just setting this context really to remind us all of the scale of the challenge that you and officials at the Treasury were facing at the time. You had been Chancellor for just over a month when, on the 16th of March, the Prime Minister recommended avoiding all non-essential contact and travel. And then a week later, there was an announcement of lockdown that effectively put the economy into something approaching hibernation. And this was therefore a significant economic crisis unfolding that was unprecedented. You informed the nation on the 17th of March in a speech that the coronavirus pandemic is a public health emergency, but it is also an economic emergency. And you put it, Mr. Sunak, in this way: we have never in peacetime faced an economic fight like this one. And it was an economic fight that resulted, the inquiry knows, in fiscal interventions to a value of in excess of £350 billion over the course of the pandemic. So I've just set that context so we remind ourselves of where we were in February and March of 2020. From your perspective, coming new into the job, for example, you were having to react to a situation for which there was no playbook, as it were. Nothing like this had happened before. Is that right?
Yes, I think that's exactly right. I mean, you mentioned I'd been in the Treasury. I'd been appointed Chief Secretary to the Treasury the previous July, so not a huge amount of time in that context. I was obviously very new to senior government, and then it was a surprise to be made Chancellor in the middle of February. And at that point, I inherited a budget date which had been previously set, that the government had announced and was being worked towards. So my immediate job was to, put together a budget in the space of a few weeks, which in ordinary course I think would probably be what you would imagine to be the most difficult job you'd ever have to do as Chancellor. As it turned out, that was really one of the easier things I had to do, given what then unfolded over the next few days, weeks, months. And at that moment, things were moving very quickly. So even during the budget preparations, it was clear that what was happening with the pandemic was escalating. And so I wouldn't say we necessarily rewrote the budget, but as well as the regular budget that we had planned, what we then ended up having to do midway through that prep was to deliver a set of COVID-specific responses in that budget, which I'm sure we can go through. So the budget itself was almost a budget that delivered largely what was in the 2019 manifesto from an economic perspective, but then also had a set of interventions specifically designed to deal with the pandemic as we imagined it would be at that moment. Obviously, we had to build on those pretty considerably and quickly thereafter. So, all that is to say, already the budget contained some things, and then we iterated very quickly thereafter. And to your point, there wasn't a toolkit. No. There was not a playbook that you could pull off the shelf that said, well, this is how you tend to deal with pandemics in the same way that you somewhat have with other economic shocks or financial shocks. So you did have to draw on some things that we had done in the past, and we'll get into that with the specific interventions, but largely listen to the health and medical advice as to what was likely to happen, and then do the best you could at designing economic interventions which would help support the country through that period.
Yeah, I mean, these may not be the words you'd use to describe it, but we heard from Sir Charles Roxburgh, who kept a diary, and caveating that in that it was a personal diary that he shared with the inquiry. The way he put it in an entry on the 17th of March was, from his perspective as one of your senior officials looking at what you had to do, he wrote down that you were in a position of having to pull a rabbit out of a hat, is effectively how he was looking at things in terms of the situation in which you found yourself. And really building on that, a lot of the schemes, and we're talking here about fundamental, significant schemes like the coronavirus job retention scheme. As you said, there was no playbook. You were having to devise those at speed. We heard from Dr. Loynig, an advisor, about 55 hours of time to conceptualise and announce the furlough scheme as it became known. And what sort of pressure did that place you and your officials under in terms of the need to deliver at speed?
I think taking a step back, maybe actually slightly going back to your previous question, I think there was just an enormous amount of uncertainty. I think that was the number one challenge. We were dealing with something that no one had dealt with before, and there was uncertainty about the scale, the potential duration, the behavioural response, and the wider macroeconomic impact of all of this, both from the MPIs and then how the economy would respond. And that's what made it so tricky in terms of figuring out what to do. And as then you just said, I think speed was paramount, because one thing that was crystal clear that this was happening very quickly and was about to have an extraordinary impact very fast on millions of people, their livelihoods, and millions of businesses as well. So not only are you trying to do things that have never been done before, you have to do them as fast as you humanly can, and that's why at the opening of my evidence I did want to put on record my thanks, because as I felt I was new to the job, I was new to being in cabinet, having a job like this, and then having obviously to deal with something like this and do the best job you could for the country. Having the support, the advice of people around you who were working incredibly hard at particularly those first few weeks was something that will stay with me for the rest of my professional life. It was an extraordinary effort by a whole number of people, trying to serve the country in the best way they thought they could. And maybe if it's helpful, I can talk a little bit about what we were trying to solve for. So when we were sitting there in these meetings, and you probably heard a little bit about this from Charles's evidence, our understanding of what the virus would do, or the impact it would have on the economy, what we did know is what we were trying to prevent, and that was what we call economic scarring. We knew that there was going to be an economic shock. Our understanding was that it would be temporary. I think our understanding at the beginning was that it would last several weeks to a few months, and what we were focused on doing is making sure that the temporary shock did not have long-term serious economic consequences, and that's what the term economic scarring means. And there are various transmission mechanisms for economic scarring: damage to aggregate labour supply, damage to the capital stock, damage to what we call total factor productivity, which is how you knit things together and create things out of them. And so that was what we were trying to do, and I think that was the right set of objectives. And then you talked about the how, and earlier on, that then led to a few things that we were designing schemes and designing economic policy to deliver in terms of outcomes that we could be measured against. And the first was to prevent unemployment and protect living standards.
I don't want to cut you off, but I am going to come on to those priorities shortly. I just, at the moment, if we could, and if I don't keep this promise, you can haul me up about it, but we will come on to that very soon. Just before we get there, just going back to this point about speed and there being no playbook, you referred to that. In ordinary times, if we're talking about governance in ordinary steady state, things like the CGRS, schemes like that, would have taken months to work up, to consult upon, to implement in ordinary government proceedings. How important was it, did you think? Yes, there was no playbook, so you couldn't dust it off and say, what do we do in this situation? But did you find that actually having an entrepreneurial approach to decision-making was a benefit? In other words, that being freed of the usual strictures of government systems and operations?
I don't think it necessarily was strictures, but I think the necessity of speed just meant that everyone recognised we didn't have the luxury of time.
Yeah.
And I think that was everyone's driving force, really. I can't think that there were particular processes or structures that somehow we did away with. It was just that we had to work quickly. And as we'll get into later, I think there was an acknowledgement from the beginning. I mean, use the word entrepreneurial. I'd probably say iterative, maybe the other way to characterise it. There was an acknowledgement early on when I was talking to the team that, of course, we weren't going to get everything right straight away. I think that would have been, surprising given the speed at which we were operating and the scale of the interventions we were designing and putting in place. So there was a recognition up front, and I encourage the team to be comfortable with that was okay, right? We couldn't let perfect be the enemy of the good, and we were going to have to acknowledge that we would iterate as we go. I think there are general lessons for policy making, I think, in any case, about that, what they call in the Cabinet Office a test and learn approach and an iterative approach to policy making. I think that's a good thing. I think that's what you see in the private sector for sure. I, in general, think that is a good thing for government to try and adopt, even in peacetime. It requires a recognition on everyone's part that you are then putting things out there that are not perfect day one and then iterating them over time. But I think in the context of a pandemic, everyone was comfortable with that, or should have been, because we had to get things out fast. Otherwise, the consequences would have been severely negative.
And so that iterative approach has benefits in all times, in your view. And so when we look at playbooks and the idea of playbooks, and this is just why I'm interested in this issue, in terms of how much planning you can ever do. You don't want to plan to the point where you lose the ability to be agile and to react to what's going on. In other words, that you just follow line 1, line 2, line 3. You've got to still be reactive. Yeah, and
I've followed some of the evidence that you've had during this module, and I think this is a really interesting question. To what extent should we come out of this saying, here's a playbook for next time? And I probably, and again, we'll get into it in detail when we go through the individual interventions, my overarching reflection would be we have learnt an enormous amount having been through this once, and we have a set of tools that we developed, we iterated, and no doubt can be improved in the future. But I would slightly guard against the idea that whatever happens next time, you can pull something off the shelf and, as you said, just kind of go, right, line 1, line 2, plug it into a machine and off you go. Each economic shock, each economic crisis is going to be slightly different, and it's important for policymakers at that moment to be agile and responsive to the situation they face, and not be so mechanically thinking, okay, well, just because we did this last time, it's the right thing to do in exactly the same way. So I think you use the word agility. I think that's right. It's just responsiveness to the situation you face, having the agility to respond to it, to be flexible, but also then to acknowledge, even next time, a willingness to be able to iterate as you go would be my takeaways. Having said that, all of that will be benefited from the fact that we have now developed a whole new set of tools this time around, building on some tools that we had previously, and that will help.
Yeah, we heard some evidence from Dr. Leunig, who his stark evidence was, he was anti-planning, but actually in questioning, I think where he landed was that you can build the architecture now, you can put in place the delivery mechanisms, or, you can get the data streams sorted out, you can do that sort of planning, but then you need to also retain agility in terms of reacting to the particular shock. And is that more or less where you...
I would broadly agree with that characterization.
Yeah, okay. So that was... you had to be agile, you had to be iterative, because you didn't have a playbook and there weren't these structures. So that's the starting point. Moving on then to the scale and nature of the shock, and when we've discussed that, then we'll come on to the point you were making about what you were trying to do, what you were thinking about. But in terms of this pandemic, this wasn't a shock, and Andrew Bailey spoke about this, that arose in the economic system or in the global financial markets. This was a health crisis that then had a knock-on effect in terms of an economic shock. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I think normally when you're responding to an economic shock, part of your job is to try and stimulate economic activity. Here we had the almost reverse situation where the government was deliberately suppressing economic activity. So this is why it was unprecedented, at least for modern policymakers, to have to grapple with and to figure out what the right set of economic interventions would be in that context.
And how important did you consider it to be to really understand in the Treasury the nature of the shock and the extent to which it was a supply-side shock and it was affecting global supply chains, or a demand shock, or the interrelationship between those things?
No, that's exactly what we tried to do, and you'll see it in my evidence and indeed in my evidence in the previous module too. The calls that I had even during those budget preparations with the Chief Medical Officer, Chris Whitty, and the Chief Scientific Advisor, separate from the various COBRAs and things we were at. I spoke to them specifically with my team to try and glean as much as I could from them in those early days about what this would look like, so we in the Treasury could then do the best job we could of understanding the impact that would have on the economy, how we should think about it, and then help devise the right type of responses. The first iteration of which you saw in the budget, and then we built on thereafter.
Yeah. I mean, ordinarily, as Chancellor of the Exchequer, you set the economic policy direction for the country, and you announce measures in a budget. And so, in a sense, usually the Treasury is in control as much as it can be, or any government department can be. But here, was the Treasury finding it had to be reactive to other events rather than able to control those events, given the nature of the shock?
I think, of course, the Treasury and the economic response had to be responsive to and based on the health interventions. So I think it's kind of a statement of obvious in one sense, but the Treasury couldn't drive the conversation, especially in those early, and nor should it have done, in those early days and weeks. And I went through this in some detail in my evidence in the previous module. My strong recollection of that period is largely the response being led by the Department for Health, together with the medical and scientific advisors, and us largely, following the advice that they were putting in front of ministers and the Prime Minister. And then obviously the economic policy response would be based on that. And as that changed, then we had to change the economic response or anticipate where it might go.
And that's really what I'm coming to, in that we know from all the other evidence the inquiry's heard how rapidly the health position was changing.
Yes.
And so from your perspective, did that mean that the economic position was changing just as rapidly behind the health development?
Yes, that's right. And I think I perhaps maybe slightly underappreciated how, and I going back over all those individual meetings, of that period, even when I went over it in preparation for the previous module and now, I'm struck by how much that health and medical advice was changing in those early days. I think people, even I was struck by that rereading it, and of course the economic response then had to keep up with that, and you saw that because we put a set of things in place for the budget, and then very quickly we had to then go and do a whole host of other things, and what we did in the budget wasn't that it was out of date, and in fact many of those things persisted for a long period throughout the pandemic, but we had to do significantly more than that, and that is a reflection, as you said, of a rapidly evolving health situation.
And that pace and the speed at which things were evolving presumably supports your view about the need to retain agility and to take this iterative approach.
Yes, I think that's absolutely right. And the Treasury has a great institutional ability to deliver, I'd say, set piece economic policy announcements because of the budget process. And what we had to do, in the organisation, and they responded, absolutely brilliantly to that, and reflect on the time. We almost had to deliver 5 budgets in the space of about 2 weeks. In terms of the scale of what was being announced, they were bigger than pretty much any budget that had ever been announced by any chancellor. And it felt like for a period we were doing one of those every 2 days for that first 2 weeks. It was an incredibly, to go back to what you were saying before, it was an incredibly intense period, those first 2 weeks. And as I said, every second day, I was popping up. It felt like doing a press conference announcing something, and then behind all of that there was 48 hours of non-stop work to get to that point, and then after that go and make sure all the implementation was happening, and then move on to the next thing. I think that probably looking back at it, slightly benefited from the fact that there wasn't really time to panic. There wasn't really time to worry. You just, certainly my approach to it individually was, you just had to focus on the problem in front of you, run at it, solve it best you could, get on to the next one, and just keep going and not let it consume you. But the organisation, as I said, responded exceptionally well in those early couple of weeks. And probably the other thing to say is, we were all new to working from home at that point, right? I think people forget. I think Charles in his evidence made an observation about that, and it's a small point, but we were not set up with all the things like Teams and everything else. There wasn't, I think, even the right set of plug sockets. I think Charles mentioned in the Chancellor's meeting room in number 11 Downing Street, which
no
is
telephone socket.
No telephone. That was it.
That's
which
right.
is why there's we were kind of crowding around the kind of almost sitting room because that was where you could plug in all the various things and have a conference call, and that was what it was like in those first couple of days. So I think, given that, I was very grateful for the team for rising to the challenge to get me what I needed to go out and do what I had to do, which we'll come on to in a second.
And in terms of what the challenge was or became, and again, just for context, we've seen the very first briefing you had as Chancellor about the pandemic, and at that time there was still an expectation it might be contained even in China, that it might not reach the United Kingdom, and then months later the budget, that's all consigned to history. But in February-March, was there still a hope, perhaps even an expectation, that it might be capable of being a relatively short-lived economic shock?
Yeah, you can see that in the evolution of the various minutes coming from the SAGE meetings and the packs that were prepared for ministers in the COBRA meetings. That was very clear. There was a set of things that people were working towards. And I remember clearly at that time, especially in those early conversations, a lot of what the medical and scientific community were advising us was not to go too early, because they were with the various interventions, because they were worried about public, I think, acceptance of them, and they needed to maintain a duration. And so that they were quite focused on getting the timing right. And as the quotes are in my evidence about, I think, the chief scientific advisor at one point saying it's important not to go too early because these things need to be maintained for a period of time. And then And clearly, as you said, things just kept escalating. Things were put in place. Then ultimately, even at the end, that last few days, I think the Prime Minister said to people it was a voluntary social distancing and to avoid hospitality and leisure on the advice from the scientists. And schools were not closed at first. Then the advice was that they should be closed, and that was followed immediately. And then even at that point, there was a belief that that voluntary social distancing, together with school closures, if there was, I think the number was 75% compliance, would be sufficient to manage the virus, to deliver the health outcomes. And then 2-3 days after that was said, it was decided that that wasn't going to be achievable, which is why you had to move to a full mandatory lockdown. But to your point, the health and scientific advice was changing every couple of days, and that's what characterised that period. And going back to your point, there was a sense that it could be contained at the beginning, and then it would last for a period of time, more than a couple of weeks, but a period of time. And that's what we initially designed the economic interventions to do.
And that's why I'm really setting this ground, because you're having to be reactive in the Treasury to health events. But as Chancellor, in terms of setting the economic response to the emergency, the economic response to a short-lived emergency may be very different in terms of its policy and implementation to the economic response to a long-lived emergency. Is that fair?
Yes, I think that obviously sounds right. I mean, again, looking back, and I think it's probably better for when we get into the individual interventions. It's not obvious what very significantly large decisions that we would have made that would have been very, very different at the beginning, knowing if you knew that it was going to be for longer than you thought. I mean, there might be some micro design details, but I'm not actually, as we get into it, I'm not sure if that's necessarily the case. And that's whenever it's appropriate to get into what we were solving for. And then, so at least you have an understanding.
Well, let's come on to that now.
Yeah, because I think, as I said, a lot of that is slightly time agnostic in a sense.
No, understood. So here you are. The health position is worsening. That's having an economic effect. What was it you were having to take into account in terms of what you were trying to prevent, what you were trying to achieve, and why?
I mean, I won't repeat what I said about economic scarring, but that essentially is the kind of economic theory underpinning what we were trying to do. And as I said, and just to put it simply, it's to try and make sure that a short-term economic shock doesn't lead to long-term damaging outcomes for the country, the economy, for people and their livelihoods.
Can I just pick up on that?
Yeah.
Does that mean that, so far as it is possible, you want to take interventions that mean that, first of all, the economy can recover quickly and it can recover to the same level or as close to as it was before the emergency?
Exactly. Yes, it's about protecting that potential output of the economy. And then if you go, what does that mean? Well, it means preventing mass unemployment, because obviously if you have very large-scale unemployment in the short term, there can be permanent damage from that. So, protecting job matches and keeping people connected to their jobs is important. Linked to that is obviously preventing firm failure, both in and of itself and because of the impact on employment, and protecting, as you described, that potential output of the economy. So otherwise healthy, solvent businesses, you wanted to make sure that they would still be there when this finished, to have the recovery and not lose that output. We always had a strong eye on the most vulnerable. We knew this was going to be an incredibly serious event for the country, and you always want to make sure, I certainly wanted to make sure, and the team knew this, that the most vulnerable in society, that we were making sure that we had an eye on what was happening to them and could support them as appropriate. And then you also wanted to design things that would allow economic activity to recover when appropriate, because long-term economic growth is a function of the efficient allocation of resources in an economy, and what you needed to allow happen at the appropriate moment was for those normal forces to be able to resume. It's not good long term for an economy, for things to carry on in an artificial state. Believe, as I do, in markets and their ability to allocate resources efficiently. So you wanted to make sure that, as appropriate economic activity and normal economic allocation mechanisms could operate and markets could function. And then lastly, but not least, of course, was ensuring value for money for the interventions and thereby minimizing the fiscal impact. So as a kind of set of things, there's 4 or 5 things there that were always at the top of our mind. And at the beginning of the pandemic, I'm sure probably they were written down somewhere, but that was a set of things that we were solving for, fitting in this overarching desire to avoid economic scarring best we could or minimize it. And as you'll see, as I describe those things, there's an inherent tension between these things. And I mean, all economic policy making is about trade-offs for the most part, but this in particular. And yes, of course, minimizing fiscal impact, ensuring value for money is incredibly important. Designing schemes that could ensure economic activity could resume is, of course, important. Where we probably put more weight in those early days is, as I said, protecting unemployment and business failure. And there's, as we'll go through, there's an inherent tension between these things. And part of my job was to make decisions on where to design policies, which things to weight more or less at any given moment in time. And again, there's not a perfect science to that. That's a judgment, and those are judgments that I made on a regular basis throughout the pandemic. But as to give people, like I said, an overarching sense of what we were aiming for, what our economic objectives were, those were the economic objectives that as they were important to me throughout. Yeah. And maybe one other point I'd make is that those are all the very practical, measurable economic outcomes. I probably underestimated it at the time, but I had a sense of it, but it became clearer over time. I think there's also an incredibly important job for leaders in a situation like this to provide reassurance, and particularly in the sphere of economic policy. I think one of your expert witnesses, Professor Brewer, I thought made an astute comment about that modern economy, modern society depends, I think he said, enormously on confidence. And uncertainty is a dangerous thing, he said. I think in a crisis like this, there was an enormous amount of anxiety, and rightly so. I think people feared for their jobs, their livelihoods, their families, alongside the health anxieties they had. What it would mean for their economic financial security, what it meant for their family's security, what it meant for their house, their small business they'd built up. Were they going to keep their job? Would they have a job to go back to? Would they be able to make their mortgage or rent payments? And so, my role in part was not just to get all the policy things right, which was it was early on to just provide reassurance to the country that we would get through it, that we would do what we could to help people, and as I said, I think that is probably an underappreciated but an important objective, certainly from the person in charge of the economic policy response. And I tried to do that early on through the various press conferences and the language I used and the interviews I gave. But I think in the future, can't just get the policy bits right. You do have to be able to just communicate and give people the reassurance at what I think was an incredibly anxious time, as I said, for people and their businesses.
Well, I referenced the speech you made on the 17th of March, I think, at which you publicly made that sort of statement of standing behind people. But can I just pick up on that in terms of reassurance? Because I think it's a point that Andrew Bailey was making in his evidence as governor when he was talking about the bank having an obligation to act. When I was putting to him the narrative of why not just do nothing and sit back and see how things unfolded. And he spoke about the need, he put it perhaps slightly more starkly than you have, going beyond reassurance to the need to prevent disorder, and he meant that in a social sense, disorder. But I think he was making the point about the need for the people of this country to understand that their central bank, their chancellor, was going to stand behind them economically. Is that what you?
Yeah, I felt that, and said it's probably, we're sitting here five years later, but those early days, those early weeks, it was an incredibly unsettling and time for everybody, and we'll get into later on the individual things. But I think someone who provided evidence in one of your sessions, they were talking about the loans and helping small businesses, but I think actually their comment applies more generally, and they said something to the effect of it felt existential, and I think that is actually a generally good description of the overall situation. Is it felt existential, and that's why I think Andrew's comments, which I haven't seen the precise paragraph that you're referring to, I would agree with. I think said obviously Prime Minister providing overall leadership, but those of us in charge of the economic response, part of our job is not just to get the policies right, is to give everyone in the country that reassurance and confidence that the people in charge know what they're doing and are going to be able to do their best to help get the country through it. I think that is an important economic policy tool, as well as just the right thing to do from those who have that responsibility to lead at that moment.
Yeah. It's easy to think about government intervention sometimes in terms of how much money people get from the government, depending on their business or their circumstances. But in terms of household incomes and protecting household incomes, would it be fair to say, when you ran through your priorities, that your priority was to protect household incomes insofar as you could through the preservation of business, preservation of jobs, retention of job matching, and in that way?
Yes, I think, and I think in that first press conference, or something, I hope always open. It wasn't going to be possible to save every single person's job, and people were going to experience economic hardship as a result of what was happening. And I thought it was important to be honest with people about that up front. There's a balance. You want to provide reassurance, but I think a degree of candour is also appropriate. And once again, my job to get that balance right. I tried to do both things. I think actually, as it turned out, the impact on household incomes and living standards, particularly for the most vulnerable in society, we will get into it in the right section, I assume, so I'll save it for then. But I think the overall results on that were stronger than I would have perhaps anticipated going into this, and I'm very proud of that. I mean, it was something that we had an eye on throughout, and certain policies were designed specifically with that in mind. But when you go back and look at the impact on deprivation or poverty or disposable income for those who are the most vulnerable, so the track record through the pandemic, I think we'll find is much more favourable than anyone might have thought. But more generally, I think the living standards probably come as a consequence, as you said, of protecting people's jobs and that job connection, protecting business failures, etc., etc. But obviously some policies, and universal credit being one in particular, which targeted that as well, and furlough.
Yeah, we heard from again Dr. Loining about, for example, the approach taken in the United States of America, where this idea, he termed it helicopter money delivered through welfare rather than through job preservation, though he explained that really that wasn't a policy choice by the US in his view. It was more a fact that they couldn't have delivered the sort of scheme you delivered in terms of job retention because they didn't have the systems by which to deliver it. But it's fair to say, is it, that you put that protection of jobs and recovery of business at the forefront of the response? Yes,
I did, and I did that because I thought that was the best way to, as I said, minimise economic scarring, the long-term damage on the economy, on people's employment security, financial security, and I'm glad when we come on to it, what happened on unemployment was considerably better than anyone had forecasted at the early stages of the pandemic. So we were successful in preventing that mass unemployment, which going in was the biggest fear. The biggest economic fear going into this was there was going to be mass unemployment. And that might speak to what Andrew was perhaps saying about the social disorder. The scale of projections people had about 12% unemployment rates, millions and millions of people without a job. Clearly, that's not something that the country had experienced in a very, very long time, and reasonable to worry about the social impact of that. As I said, that was what we were particularly focused on averting. And I think there are different approaches. One thing I'd say is it's probably not that binary, in the sense that it's not either or. We did both. Right? We put support through the welfare system, and we created the furlough scheme to protect jobs and job matches, and we did things to help business, and we created hardship funds for people who might have not benefited from those or needed extra help. So you can do a range of things. I think that's the right thing to do. It's not as binary as, well, it's either this approach or that approach, and I think most countries, when you look at it, adopted a mixed set of tools, and particularly with CJRS, when we get to it, I think most countries ultimately decided that was a sensible intervention, and many other countries did something similar.
And as Chancellor, you were obviously authorising significant public spending. These interventions, we know, cost a lot of money. And you, as you've said, we're trying to stand behind the country, if you like, and business and individuals. But were you also having to factor in that, as Chancellor, you would also have to bring all of this to an end when, hopefully, the country recovered? In other words, this wasn't a blank cheque that could just go on forever. So you were having to bring things in, but also you may go from hero to zero, be the person who had to end it because you had to then start, or the country had to start living within its means, effectively. Yes,
very, very much that was in my head throughout. I mean, I am, by instinct and experience and everything else, a fiscal conservative, right? That is what I believe. I believe in control government spending and a lower tax burden as a result of that. And I think a lower tax burden comes from control over government spending and borrowing. And so this was obviously atypical in terms of my general view. But I said, I think probably in one of those early interventions, I said, this isn't a time for ideology. I think I might have used that exact phrase or something to that effect in one of those early press conferences. So we had a particular situation that we were confronted with, and that meant, okay, I might in general be someone who believes in a smaller state and a lower tax burden, but this was a unique crisis, and it required a particular response where the government did have to intervene and did have to do these things, which I thought would be in the long-term best interest of the country. And you're absolutely right. Of course, I knew that there's no such thing as a free lunch, and that's why where you could target things more appropriately and effectively, so that you were ensuring better value for money, reducing the fiscal impact, you would try and do those, and that happened throughout. And that's why I think in the last budget I did sorry, not the last budget I did, but the spring 21 budget, I stood up and said, we do now have to pay for these things. I didn't leave the tab in that sense for not to be picked up. I was honest with the country, and now we had to put in place some tax changes, which I, of course, hated doing, to your point, but it was the right thing to do. It was the right thing to intervene, and then it was the right thing to make sure that our public finances were then put on a sustainable trajectory there afterwards, which is why I had to, as Chancellor, deliver a tax-raising budget in the spring of 21, precisely because these things are not free and needed to be paid for. Probably, if just to put it in context, in terms of the scale of the the support you mentioned, I think it's interesting looking at it. Probably the best way to measure it is as a percentage of GDP. And actually, when you look at the scale of the intervention here, I think the IMF have probably got the best database which looks at countries consistently. We were very much in the middle of the pack, actually, at about 14% of GDP being the total scale of our response. And you had countries that were a bit lower than us, so Canada 13%, France and Italy 12 and 13%, and then you had countries that were more than us: Japan 15%, Australia 17%, Germany 18%, and the US 22%. So in terms of the overall scale, we're kind of in the middle of the pack. So some people might say we should have been at the top end. Some people might say we should have been at the bottom end. But for better or worse, we were roughly about average in terms of the overall quantum of the support. And then that splits, because again, I think it's probably underappreciated. In terms of that quantum that you talked about, depending on how you measure it, about 325 billion, give or take, about half of that is what I would call purely economic support. So things like furlough, self-employment scheme, loans, grants, are things that we're probably going to talk most about over the next day and a half. And then about half of the response, or half of that quantum, actually relates to the health response and the broader public services funding. So the funding for the NHS, for PPE, test and trace, vaccines, social care, education, transport, other public services. So it's not precise, but very roughly the way to think about it is we spent broadly on average compared to most advanced countries, and what we spent was about half purely economic response and half the broader public services response. And that's, I think, is just a good framework for people to have in their heads when they think back over what we did.
Well, in fairness, Mr. Sunak, you make a perfectly proper point that this module is looking at the economic response, but there were other things, a lot of other things government was doing in addition to the purely economic response. So.
But as you said, all of which ultimately do have a fiscal impact. And it's not just the economic things that have a fiscal impact, all the interventions on public services to support for the NHS, all those have a fiscal impact too. And in the round, of course, that in the long run, needs to be paid for.
So I hope that fairly sets the context in which all of the decisions we're going to examine were having to be made, not just in terms of the pressure to stand things up quickly and to adapt them rather as you go along, but also in terms of the ultimately hard decision to decide when to withdraw support, so it doesn't either undermine the economic recovery or become support that just can't be funded. So can we move on to looking at systems and structures of decision?
Just before we do, Mr. Wright, maybe I think you've, as I said, summarised the context very well. I think the only thing that we didn't touch on, just to bring to life what that early period was like, was you would have got some of this from Andrew, but I can give it to you from my perspective, was just what was going on in the gilt markets at that time. And if I think back to that period, which you said was intense and filled with anxiety, certainly for me, that was particularly troubling. I mean, I'd been Chancellor for felt like 5 seconds, and then you could see a very material tightening in UK financial conditions, and you had bank. The first thing that happened was bank CDS spreads were widening. The CDS spreads are the kind of, think about them as the insurance premium that people can buy to insure against a bank going bankrupt, right, or defaulting on its debt, right? So that's the kind of way to think about it. So that the price for that insurance, these CDS spreads were widening, which is never a great sign. And then you had, I think, on March the 18th, it was the single biggest one-day change in real yields or something since bank independence. So that happened one day, and then the next day there was another move where there looked like there was a bigger move for UK gilt rates than there were for other places, which again is never great. And then you had a failed gilt auction. And that was the first time we'd had a failed gilt auction since the financial crisis. And so one after another, these things were happening. And I think we've all over the past couple of years, seen the importance of the gilt markets to the health of the UK's economy. Obviously, I come from a financial background, so something I have some familiarity with. But that was acutely stressful. In the context of having to do all these other things, I was sitting there, worried about the UK's ability to fund itself. And in the end, we organised with the Bank of England something called the Ways and Means Facility, which I talked about in my evidence, which thankfully we never needed to use, but essentially as a backstop for the government. If it can't raise the money it needs on the bond markets, it can go to the Bank of England instead for a temporary period of time. And it was last used again in the financial crisis, but it's a pretty exceptional measure. Thankfully, we didn't need it. But I think that was all in my head of all the things that I was kind of worried about, as well as all figuring out furlough over here or loans over there and everything else. That was happening at exactly the same time. And to your point, on thinking, gosh, are we going to be able to borrow the money we need to put all these things in place? I need to have that in the back of my head as well, because that really would be a disaster if there was a problem.
No, quite right. You should mention that. I had a little note saying risk to markets, and we skipped over it. But don't worry. Quite properly that you mention it. And as you say, Mr. Bailey touched on that. He justified the bank's actions to go big and go fast, as he described it, on that basis, that there was a real risk to the markets, that there was significant market volatility, that there was a need to take decisive action, and that would have been a very serious threat had it transpired. So all of this going on in the background of your decision making. Can we move then to really pick up the sort of systems and structures around that decision making, if we could. So moving on slightly in the list of topics, and I just want to pick up some sort of high level concepts really, and the first of those is that, I mean, generally speaking, do you agree that if it's possible, accepting pace, speed, the need for confidentiality in different times, accepting all of that, where possible, to bring together your delivery experts at the time of formulating policy is a good idea, particularly when responding to an emergency?
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't think it would be one you'd say no to. And so far as the Treasury was concerned, there was a very good example of that, I think, in terms of its relationship with His Majesty's Revenue and Customs, and the policy partnership that we've heard a lot about, which is unique to those two departments, and probably because of how they're configured. Is that right?
Yes. Obviously, I'm trying to think of the exact legal link. I mean, HMRC is a body of HMT, and it has a minister that it's reports into, but obviously it's operationally independent, and essentially is the delivery mechanism for the most part of most of what the Treasury does. So there is an existing relationship between those two departments.
Yeah. And that meant, for example, when you were looking to stand up the CJRS, you could have the delivery experts in the room at the same time as you're formulating the policy, and that made it all deliverable quickly.
It was. It would have been impossible without. I'd go as far as saying that there was an extraordinary team at MHMRC, who I won't embarrass by naming them all, but. We had that from the beginning. I think the Perm Sec at HMRC has described it as a shared vision and a single team approach, and which I really felt that it was. And it's normally not everyone's favourite government agency, HMRC, but I can honestly say in this period, we were all lucky as a country that they were able to deliver something as effectively as they did. Which, let's be candid, I think most people thought that it wouldn't work. In fact, certainly at least more than one journalist told me afterwards they were all ready to write the stories about how the whole system would fall over when it went live. I certainly had a very stressful morning talking to all the IT people that day, I remember. And so it wasn't just that, the policy and the delivery, down to the, thankfully we had a brilliant guy, again, I won't embarrass him by mentioning him, to literally go through the IT to make sure that it would stand up to what was going to be millions of people claiming and not fall over and could do all the things we needed to do. All of that was part, as I said, single team, there from the beginning, involved in everything, and it worked brilliantly well. And as I said, I'm very grateful that all happened so seamlessly. I said I wouldn't have been able to do this without that.
Okay. Now, it worked that well, as you've described. The natural reaction might be to say, right, well, every government department should work with the Treasury in that way. Having been Chancellor and Prime Minister, I assume you're going to tell me that wouldn't work either, because it's just not possible. It's not how government is configured.
Of course, government is configured in departments, and departments have their equities, and that tension is not necessarily a bad thing, by the way, and it's a healthy thing. For having done both jobs, I wasn't obviously Prime Minister during this period. It was important that the Prime Minister during this period, important for me as Prime Minister, to get those different department equities in a policy-making process. But I would say, looking back, I'm pleased that we managed to, I think, in large part replicate that policy partnership, I think is the phrase that you've used to describe it, particularly with DWP and BEIS as well, in the areas where we were doing policy together with them. So it wasn't as intense as the HMRC relationship. Well, that's because what we were doing with them was probably less intense when we were doing it, and we'll come on to loans later. That obviously was intense. But it was still, we created these, I think we called them cells, for, actually I'm not entirely sure why, but someone came up with that name, and we had these cells, and actually I do think it requires a bit of, I tell you about lessons learned and things. One thing is it is always going to rely slightly on the relationship between the ministers, is my sense, unless they're told to do something by the Prime Minister. I was really fortunate, and I think you've had evidence from both of them. I had very good personal working relationships with Alok, who was Secretary of State at BEIS, and Therese Coffey, who was Secretary of State at DWP, and I think both of them would have said the same thing when they've been here. So we had a good personal working relationship. That really matters, and because if that's not there, then the Prime Minister has to force you to do it, and that's probably never perfect. So thankfully that is the case. And the teams take it, because the teams will take a steer from that. Teams in other departments, they need their Secretary of State to essentially say to them, this is okay, you can go off and have meetings directly with Rishi as Chancellor, and I don't need to be on every single meeting. You keep me up to date, and I'll talk to Rishi. But that's kind of very practically what needs to happen.
Can I just come in there? Because, I mean, you might say, well, the problem with that is, what if you've got two Secretaries of States who can't stand each other?
Well, in which case, as I said, it would require the Prime Minister to lean in.
Well, he might not like them either.
Well,
what I'm really getting at is just leaving it to personality is slightly dangerous, isn't it? Don't you need to bake in that sort of muscle memory of cooperation?
You can bake in that muscle memory, but again, my honest reflection, you might come out of this and say, great, there should be this structure stood up or that structure, but it is, in reality, it is going to depend a bit on personal relationships. We might prefer that it wasn't, and you can kind of, I mean this in the nicest possible way, structure your way out of it or create some process out of it.
Can I just give you a different perspective that isn't about structures, but I think this is a point Sir Charles Roxburgh made. I mean, he was against structure, but he was talking about the point you've made. It's up to the Secretary of State to really set the agenda and the tone, but that in the civil service there can be training for civil servants that is focused on cooperation and cross-departmental working. It doesn't change structures. It just, that's what I mean by baking it.
I do agree with that, and I think, look, I'm sort of sidetrack, but maybe helpful. One thing I've been, sort of not being in government now, so one thing I was, and I hope is the case, was always positively struck by is the Darlington Economic Campus. That I established as Chancellor, and the reason I bring it up is, it's an interesting model where multiple departments are in one building, and that is obviously, I don't know, unique but rare for how government functions normally. And look, the senior civil servant there is a Treasury person, and Beth Russell has done an extraordinary job of leading, growing that organisation. But whenever I was there, both as Chancellor and as Prime Minister, because I continue to work out of that office as Prime Minister and always spend the time to walk around and talk to particularly the junior officials that were there, I was struck by, to your point, that there was, I think, a greater culture of collaboration and cross-working, because probably just the physical setup of that building is such that people are there from 5 or 6 different departments, and so they're on the same football team or running club or quiz team or whatever it is, all of which I'm proud that they now have there, which is great. So look, I think there is something to what you're saying. You can do a good job of trying to just say that this is a good, sensible thing, because obviously it improves policy making in peacetime as well. So of course I agree with that, and supportive of efforts to foster that collaboration. But in something like this, I would just say, like, you do always need the Secretary of State, because ultimately those civil servants work up to their Secretary of State, and it's important that they do, right? I mean, that, you do need clear lines of accountability, and so I think it's important for Prime Ministers to be aware of where that might be an issue if they thought it was going to be an issue. Thankfully, in this case, I genuinely don't think it was. I think we worked very well with DWP. That their officials, TIS's officials, would be in the meetings with me. Similar for ALOCs, and I think both of them have said that they never felt there was any issue there. And those were probably the 2 departments which we worked most closely with outside of HMRC.
Can I ask another question about structures and systems, really about consultation? And I just want to pick up on a point that Dan York-Smith made in his evidence, and I'll just read it to you so you know the point he was making. He said, "I think in general on everything more consultation is better." I suspect that's not controversial.
That more consultation is better?
Yeah, consultation is a good thing, was basically his message.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but again, let's...
Can I give you the but? Can I give you the but?
Can I do the but? Or you want to do the but?
Well, let me tell you what he said, and then you tell me if you agree. He said, but I think the context was that consultation can come with a cost in terms of the time it takes, the people required to do it properly. So we're probably giving the same but.
I think the same but.
And particularly in the early part of the pandemic, we had to move very, very quickly. And had we done additional consultation, it would have delayed implementation. And was that the trade-off?
Of course it is. It's kind of common sense, right? I mean, consultation, all else equal, fine. But things are not all else equal. And we were in a situation, you said you painted the picture of what we were grappling with in those early days. I don't know if Tim's number is right, but knowing Tim, Dr. Loynig, I'm sure his 55 hours probably is right if Tim's done it. But you think about that, 55 hours, great. I mean, you can take an hour to do something else. So it's quite a meaningful amount of your time slot to get that thing done, and then you repeat that for everything else that you're doing. So I agree with what Dan said. There is obviously a trade-off. That said, when we go through these things in a bit more detail one by one, I think you'll find, and I think the evidence supports this as well, hearing and reading what everyone else has said, there was a very good degree of engagement with all the relevant people in each sector. I don't just mean industry sector, just whoever the right stakeholders were for a typical intervention, whether it was SAYS, whether it was CJRS, whether it was bounce back loans, whichever it might be, whichever intervention. I think there's a whole body of evidence showing engagement with those people, and in most cases they were all intimately involved in formulating and drafting the detailed guidance. So it's all very well I stand up and announce something in broad parameters. Ultimately, that has to then get implemented through quite detailed guidance, and all these people were involved in their various different ways in helping to draft that guidance, making sure it was workable, and sure, would some of them have liked more consultation? I'm sure it was ever thus. And would they have liked it a bit sooner? I'm sure. But speed was of the essence, and ultimately, I think we got to the right balance.
Well, just in fairness to you, I hope develop that with an example. if you look at SAYS, which went live on the 20th of April, the inquiry knows from your statement that on the 25th of March, so almost a month earlier, you were having calls with the FSB, the IPSE, which is the Self-Employed Employers Group, and the TUC to discuss thinking on the design of SAYS. So this wasn't bringing them in after it had been worked up. This was bringing them in early. Is that the sort of thing you mean, where you were having those conversations?
Absolutely. Now, and actually, you mentioned the SAYS example. I remember that vividly because I think even the day before, I remember, well, not the day before, but the last few days as we were getting that policy exactly right. We only had a few days, so it probably might have been the day before. On reflection, but it was, it was also the IOD, the Enterprise Nation Creative Industries Federation, the Private Hire Association for taxi drivers. There were several groups that I remember speaking to in the immediate days before, and the team did, and it was like that on everything, and where we could, where it made sense. Of course, I wanted to hear from the people who were directly affected by this, because ultimately there's no point. I have no interest in standing up and announcing things designed in an ivory tower that don't survive contact with reality. It's self-defeating for me, right? And I not only need these people to make sure I understand about what they need, what will be most helpful, how do their businesses in particular work to make sure we can design these things properly. I want to make sure that they, you stand up and announce these things. We talked about reassurance and confidence. I want to make sure that they also say, thank you, great, that is going to work, and we can go and tell all our members they can breathe a little easier tonight. So there's simply no, there's no desire not to do that. As I said, it would be self-defeating. So if it has not happened in the way that someone wants, it's because we were moving at a speed that meant it wasn't possible, not because we didn't want to.
Can I pick up a final question on that, and then we'll have to take the break? But in terms of, spoken about the personality of the Secretary of State and change from time to time and set the direction. But on front, do you, having been through this, think that there is a need for formal systems and structures to ensure that consultation, or do you think it's something that has to be more organic? And what do you think would be helpful? Because there's the risk that people might drop through the cracks of consultation if there isn't an established body of people who are talking to each other in normal times.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to think this works pretty well, at least during my time in government, but worked pretty well. I don't, I look back on this time, I felt that my team in the Treasury were constantly talking to people. My advice was, and they knew I would want that, was peppered with, we've spoken to this person, this person, this person, because they knew that I would ask, well, how's that person going to react? What's that person going to say? And I was someone who, quite, to use a slightly more investment term, focuses on the unit economics of things. I don't want to just design macro policy. If I'm doing something that impacts the hospitality industry, I wanted to make sure I understood what an average pub's revenue and costs were, and they knew that that's what I would want to know. So, my advice always had that information in it, and they were constantly out there talking to people, whether it was Charles having his regular roundtables with big businesses, or all the team talking to all the trade associations and making sure we understood what their individual members were going through, so that we could get things right for them. That was very much the culture and the expectation from me. So this is about sharing and getting consultation external to the Treasury, which I think is important. I know there's been some talk about economic, do we have enough economic people? I was always thought the economic analysis I received in the Treasury was superb, and we had a ton of brilliant people there, and they were also very open to going out and getting me other things that they thought would be helpful for me to hear, or where we didn't have the expertise on something, they would seek it, and then we would share that openly around Whitehall, whether it was with Bays, whether it was feeding into the Number 10's weekly dashboard, and that all improved. And the one thing I should say, talk about structures, I think we covered this in Module 2, but clearly the creation of the COVID task force at the centre was a hugely welcome development. because it did kind of systematise and meant that there was good flow of information into one central place that could synthesise. And then I think the Cabinet Office and Treasury ran weekly economy dashboards for the PM. We did meetings for him, monthly updates, etc. I think he, in his evidence, has said he felt the Treasury were open and transparent in sharing what he needed. His private secretary, I think, in evidence, has said exactly the same thing. So that's my general view as to that topic. And I know you've heard people's perspectives on it, but my overall view was, there's a good degree of engagement and consultation. The culture, importantly, is one where they knew that that's what I would have wanted anyway, and all of them would have wanted the same because we wanted to get our things right. And then, we were very open to sharing that, particularly with number 10 as they needed it, and the task force, so they had everything they needed to advise the Prime Minister.
Okay, thank you. My lady, I think that's time for the break, and then after the break I just want to finish off briefly this topic, and then we'll move on to funding for the devolved administrations.
You remember the breaks, Mr. Sunak. I shall return at midday. All rise. Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Maile. I want to move on to funding as soon as we can, but there are just two really further points I want to pick up about systems and structures. The first is about transparency and sharing of analysis. And if you bear with me, Mr. Sunak, as I just give you the context to the question, really, in terms of other evidence that we've heard in the inquiry. We heard some evidence from Robert Harrison, who was the head of the Directorate General for Analysis in the Covid-19 Task Force. And he explained about an epi-macro model that the Treasury had. And the first he heard about this was actually during the inquiry, when he read the evidence. And James Benford accepted that the model had not been shared, describing it as a departmental position. And I just want to pick up on this. I mean, departmental position, in normal times, the Treasury as a department, for good reason, market sensitivity, budget, PERDA, so on and so forth, has reason not to share its thinking. Is that reasonable in government?
Yes, I mean, of course, there has to be a concern for market-sensitive information.
Yeah. And I'm not suggesting, but I want to check this. I mean, no one came to you and said, "Shall we not share this model with you?"
Yeah, I don't. To be perfectly honest, I don't quite know the specific model that you're referring to or he's referring to. There was an enormous amount of modelling done by lots of different people throughout the pandemic, and in any case, the primary responsibility for the modelling would have, the people who were pulling it all together was actually coming centrally from that COVID task force.
Well, it was later in November, by November 2020, when Mr. Harrison came to the Directorate General. But I'm just talking about earlier than that.
I mean, this model that you're referring to presumably was after that, because I think, in fact,
that model was later, and the point was it wasn't being shared. And it's just really this: you talked about, from your perspective, you were somebody who liked to see what people thought about things, to get as much information as you can, and to share information. And I'm just wondering if really, if you'd have been asked about this, would there have been any reason not to share it?
So it's tricky just because I don't know the precise model you're referring to. The epi-macro modelling that I do recall having reviewed the notes was the Treasury, I think, I mean, to the extent where they actually had an event or a session with academics from Imperial and LSE from memory that was partially organised by the Royal Economic Society to go through epi-macro modelling. And they'd put together a kind of classic SIR model, which is the epidemiological model, susceptible, infected, recovered, and I can't remember the other that are, together with the NIGEM model, which is the National Institute's general economic model, I think. But I think they actually had a full session on it. I mean, let alone not sharing it, it was done in consultation with a bunch of external academics. So that's all I can remember about the epi-macro modelling. I think in general, there was a lot of sharing of information, as far as I was aware, with the team at the centre, at number 10 in particular.
I'm not suggesting, given the number of decisions you were making on a daily basis, that you would have any recollection of this, or that it even come across your desk. But really what I'm getting at is, when we're looking for a future emergency, and you've got, obviously, analysis is important, and sharing data is important, would you encourage as much transparency as possible in terms of data sharing and sharing of modelling, as between departments?
I mean, in general, yes, although I would, and I'm glad that was the case, and I touched on this earlier, and I think you've seen from the Prime Minister at the time, who said in his evidence that HMT was transparent in sharing economic analysis, and his principal private secretary at number 10, or one of them, also said the same thing. And I think you've heard that from the senior official at Bayes as well. So I think that was happening. What I would say is, there's a difference between a kind of workings and as things are being developed, and I don't think you kind of say, well, okay, here's what we're doing today, what we're doing the next day, as you're trying to figure something out. If you've got something that you think is helpful, sensible, that is going to be relied on for decisions or policy making, sure, and I'm sure it would be, because why would you not want to? If I'm going to go make an argument in a meeting or something about something, I'm going to base that on some analysis. I'll want to be using it in the meeting where we have that decision. But you work on lots of things all the time that don't end up getting to that point where they are useful, reliable. At which point, I don't necessarily think that every single thing that you probably worked on needs to be then given to everybody. That would be a bit odd, I think, and cumbersome.
That point is well made and accepted, but I think you've really hit on the potential mischief of people not sharing analysis, or the fact that they've got a basis for analysis, is that ministers or secretaries of state will all have their own analysts who might be giving them analysis that is influencing their position on things, and others don't know why they're adopting that position, what's informing that position, if things are being kept secret rather than being shared, once they are worked up, once they're being presented as analysis.
I'm not.
Do you
I don't. At the end of the day,
danger?
if you think about it in practice, you're in that situation as you describe. Ministers got a point of view. If someone said something in a meeting and said, okay, well, if you do this, then all these things will happen, I'm likely to probe it. Right, and if I said something, someone's going to probe me, and I'm going to have the evidence or the analysis to back up my point. And I would imagine the Prime Minister would say, okay, well, interesting, that's different to what that person is saying. I want to see that, or why isn't that in my paper? So I think in practice, it's highly unlikely that anyone could get away with trying to promote some point of view, or indeed make some decision, or the Prime Minister make a decision based on something that they haven't had the data for. So I think in reality, I'm not entirely sure that would be a problem. As a general sense, I think there was on modelling in general. My recollection of it, and particularly with the gentleman you mentioned, what I wanted was more the other way, because I'm someone who's comfortable with models, and has spent a career before politics having to build them, interpret them, use them to make decisions. So what I wanted was, and I think actually this is a good reflection for the future, is these models on these big things, can't be black boxes that are then just presented to politicians. And that was slightly my frustration, and we talked about this in module 2. And I remember that gentleman when he was doing the thing, and my strong point of view was, what I wanted was to be able to understand the underlying assumptions that go into the model in the same way I would if I was analysing a company in my old life. It's all very well projecting things to happen in the future, or the model says X, the model says Y. Well, that's a function of the assumptions that have been fed into the model. And as policymakers, ultimately these things are judgments. Right? Those assumptions are judgments, and it should be for the elected politicians to be the ones that ultimately say, well, I want to see a base case where the assumptions are this, 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 and this. And because on each of those assumptions, there will be reasonable people who can disagree. And that, in my view, there wasn't enough of that earlier. And that's what my pushback, not pushback, but my kind of desire at that point was, look, I don't want to just be presented with a model that says this is what's going to happen. I want to be able to say, well, I've got a different point of view, which I think is reasonable on this aspect, and I want to be able to the assumptions to be iterated, and then I want to see what it is. And I think that is an important lesson in general.
Accepting that, though, that is, isn't it, an argument for transparency about the model that you are using. In other words, you can't begin to probe the assumptions unless A, you know about the model, and B,
my point exactly is, if anything, there wasn't the transparency the other way. My point was, I was often presented from from the centre, or you'd have a model that came out somewhere, and I don't think it's anyone's particular fault, but for me, I wanted not just to be given a set of papers that said, well, here are all the projected outcomes and path of the virus from some modelling exercise. I wanted to have had the ability to know, well, what are the underlying assumptions, and what's the sensitivity analysis on those? And look, that of course happened over time, but as I said, I would probably wanted more of that earlier, and I think that would be helpful in the future.
Well, can I pick that up then? Because I think you've already said that you viewed the establishment of the Covid-19 task force as being a good thing because it was a coordinating function through the Cabinet Office. We know that the Directorate General for Analysis was part of that. And our understanding of the Directorate General is that what it was doing was exactly what you've said. It was bringing together all of the assumptions and models of different departments and presenting them in a sort of snapshot that said, this is the range of opinion, this is where we are in terms of confidence, and laying that out. Did you find that a helpful approach?
From my recollection of it, was that it needed some prodding and pushing on my end, and probably my officials, because I'd asked them to get it to do exactly that, rather than being presented with slightly more, here it is. I think it took a bit of iterating to kind of have that be the approach. And again, as I said, that's where the engine that was meant to pull stuff together was, and was presenting the scenarios from memory. But I said it took a bit of prodding to get them to adopt that type of transparent approach on all the assumptions underlying what was being the assumptions underlying the output that was then in the slides.
If you get to the point of the roadmap, by then things were starting to come together in that way, weren't they? In terms of
yes, I forget the exact date that the task force was created, but I think not to cover too much old ground, it definitely was a helpful thing. Okay. I mean, not least because again it's a small point, but I think Treasury is used to working with the centre, with the Cabinet Office and Number 10. I think that even if there's not a formal structure, there's a lot of muscle memory about those three bits of government working together. DH is less used to that, probably institutionally, and that especially is why the task force function is so important, because it properly made sure everything was getting joined up at the centre.
Okay, thank you. Can we move on to next topic, funding, and in particular devolved administration's funding? Now, helpfully, you've been both Chief Secretaries of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, so you're probably well placed to answer my first question, which is essentially who makes these decisions on devolved administration funding? Is it the Chief Secretary of the Treasury or the Chancellor, or is all this done in conjunction in terms of the actual allocations? I think
it's probably quite a broad question. In normal times, much of this is mechanical.
Through the Barnett formula.
Yes, which is a big topic. But,
we're not getting into that topic,
but there's a mechanical way in which funding for the devolved administrations is allocated according to a set of formulas, where when UK government, even in peacetime, has a regular budget, that will trigger a set of funding consequentials for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland according to this set formula, and that has been the case for a long time. Typically, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury deals with the DAs on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis. That wouldn't be the Chancellor, so I did that as CST, and that continued. So they're the primary person that has meetings with the finance ministers, the quadrilateral group. It's called Finance Ministers Quadrilateral, FMQs. They happen on a periodic basis, and again, it's out of the scope of this, so I'm jogging my memory out, but I vaguely remember as CST, I was having conversations with the various finance ministers about, there's always things that people are looking to tweak or improve about the various mechanisms that govern funding, borrowing between the DAs and UKG. So I remember having meetings like that on those issues during that time.
Now, we know and we've heard evidence about how the usual funding frameworks were developed during the pandemic, the introduction of the Barnett Guarantee for the devolved administrations. I don't want to spend time with you going over ground we've covered with Mr. Barclay and others, but I just want to, given you've done both jobs, just pick up your view about a future framework, please, if we can. And essentially, the inquiry's expert, David Phillips, has suggested there should be essentially a combination of guarantees and or some capacity for borrowing, additional borrowing for the devolved administrations, but for that to be determined on an ad hoc basis, depending on what the nature of the future emergency is and how it develops. Where do those propositions sit with you, having performed both functions?
Again, I'm quite loath to be prescriptive, because I think every shock is likely to be different and require.
Pausing there, he's not prescriptive. He's suggesting it should be ad hoc.
So I tend to agree with that sentiment. I think my overall reflections are, I think certainly on the economic side, the vast majority of the economic interventions were UK-wide. So I think it's just, of all the things we're likely to discuss today and tomorrow, with the exception of grants, all the other big economic interventions, universal credit, furlough, self-employed, all the loan schemes, statutory sick pay rebate scheme, all of those were UK-wide interventions. So I think that was a good thing. I think that was appreciated by devolved administrations, and there's lots of evidence from them about, I think, their appreciation for those and the reflection that they could not have delivered those themselves. It reflects the benefit of the UK government and having the benefit of the UK government balance sheet at times like this, because I think that would have been probably difficult otherwise. So that's the first thing. So lots of the funding really relates to that other half of the spending that we talked about at the beginning that was on public services, less than it does the economic interventions. But so it's important to have that distinction so we know what we're talking about. And look, my approach is, Ben, and I think probably the upfront guarantee is a good balance between the various considerations. It's obviously a helpful thing for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland's governments, administrations to have some certainty about funding rather than have to wait for the announcement. Clearly that is of benefit. I recognise that, which is why we did the upfront guarantee, and you heard from Steve about that. We increased it multiple times. And that balances the need for the UK government, though, ultimately to have control over UK government borrowing and debt. Right? UK government politicians are elected. They are responsible and accountable for our borrowing and debt levels. You touched on it in the previous session. Ultimately, I was making the decisions about what to spend and therefore borrow, and then I had to take responsibility for making sure that we paid that back and standing up and explaining why that people's taxes were going up after the fact. So that's a hugely important part of democratic accountability, and those are hugely important decisions. And it's, I think the UK government, whenever it is, can't outsource to anyone that. And so what the guarantee does is give that flex, but still provide the government with kind of overall control over the total quantum. And borrowing, as you said, is the other way for that to happen. Now, we did do that in the pandemic, and we increased the borrowing flexibility. We allowed more flexibility on what are called CDEL to RDEL switches, where devolved administrations have a budget for capital expenditure and day-to-day expenditure. Normally, you limit the movement between those for various reasons, but we said you can do more of that. And there was more flexibility about carrying forward from one year to the next. So it's not just borrowing. There are a few other flexibilities that UK government can deploy that, again, fit within the overall framework of UKG having oversight, accountability for what's happening to the balance sheet, but providing where it can that extra degree of flex to devolved administration so that they can respond in the way that they want. And I think the expert, he said, I think his general view is what we did allow. I think he said allowed them to respond effectively, and I think that's broadly right. So the balance we struck, I think, is right, and I think that would be my starting point for someone who had to do this in the future as well.
All right, thank you. Can I just pick up one other issue about devolved administration funding that really stems from your explanation, quite proper explanation, that most of the big interventions here were for the UK as a whole, and you spoke about CJRS. And I think just the emergence of Omicron perhaps provides a basis for exploring this point. And there was an issue about reinstating CJRS given the emergence of Omicron, and you had some advice about whether if the devolved administrations mandated premises closures before the UK government had, they should be able to access a CJRS scheme if it was re-stood up before England had moved to those restrictions. And your decision ultimately was no, they shouldn't be able to access the scheme. So the position was that if Scotland locked down 2 or 3 weeks before England, say, then employers in Scotland wouldn't have had access to the UK-wide scheme in that period. Now, in this pandemic, things were symmetrical, more or less, in terms of impact. So I'm not really making this point as a critique of what happened here. But of course, going forwards, if there was another pandemic, it might not land in that way. It might be asymmetric in its effect. And I just wonder if you have any reflections about how you would square that circle. Yeah. UK-wide decisions, but what if there's that asymmetry to the pandemic?
A couple of broader reflections, actually, just to finish up from the last one as well. It's one of the things that was brought up was you talk about asymmetric responses in general. We'll come to CJRS. Now, people will have different views on this, but the Barnett formula does provide more per capita funding to the devolved administrations than for England in the first place, right? So it's roughly, depending on the IFS have probably the best source, but I think they would say £1.25, £1.30 for each pound spent in England. Wales is about £1.15. Now, so in any case, there's more funding per capita going. One might argue, even if it's a symmetric shock, there's asymmetrically positive funding going. Now, the response to that would be, okay, well, base needs are potentially higher. Now, that is to open up a kind of long-standing point of debate. Independent commissions in the past have assessed relative needs of the DAs, and although we're obviously not reopening the Barnett formula here, it's kind of relevant for thinking about this in the future. Now, the general sense is, and I say this generally and not to open up a huge can of worms, is I think generally from what and again I'm a little bit out of date, I think generally the sense is that we've put a floor in for Wales, so the funding uplift roughly matches their extra need. So that's quite well matched. I think from memory there is a sense when the last time this was looked at is the funding that goes to Scotland is in excess of their measured need. Now, again, I haven't got the most up-to-date figures, so whoever's in this job is the starting position is there is the UK government, UK balance sheet is in any case allocating more money potentially than need in the first place because of the Barnett formula. So that is something that will in any case need to be thought about in any response about asymmetry and symmetry. Now, of course, Scotland and Wales, if they want, also have the ability to do their own tax raising. We talked about borrowing. This goes to the heart of this thing. Now, I, as UK Chancellor, had to stand up and, as you said, make all these difficult decisions about raising taxes to pay for the pandemic support because I thought that was the right thing to do to get our public finances back in order. I obviously didn't love doing that. You obviously, there's a political price that comes with these things. It is what it is. That was the right thing to do. I wanted to do it. But you can see there where the tension is, right? And that ultimately, if the UK Chancellor is a person who has to, and the UK government is carrying the political consequences of borrowing fiscally today and then having to deal with that tomorrow, it's quite tricky to then say we are happy to give carte blanche to whoever it might be, without thinking through that implication. I think that's very natural. And you say squaring the circle. I'm not sure there is an easy way to square that circle. There will always be a slight tension there. Now, one way to square that circle is, as your expert said, is, well, yeah, the DAs can do something. They could borrow from the UK government, which will be cheaper, and then pay it back over a period of time, and maybe that is something that could be discussed at the time. Now, that maybe is an option. It's still, that would all have to be worked out. But I think that would, that was not something that, when I recall this period, it never felt like that. That wasn't, I think, something that was put to me. It was more just, this should just be done, not we are happy to pay for this because we want to do something differently and this will be paid. It was a different type of conversation, and I think in the future, whoever is having to deal with this will have to just think through that question.
So I don't want to, for a moment, put words into your mouth, but really, I think you seem to be saying, retain flexibility, retain an ad hoc ability to respond to the particular emergency, with a number of factors on the table, but you're making the point there's a lot lying behind this that also needs to be factored in. Yes,
I think that's a good summary. And look, the UK government always has the ability to do things asymmetrically, and has done in lots of different, whether there's a bespoke case of a business in distress or something else. The UK government has always done that in all DAs and can do. I'd slightly differentiate between things that potentially are very open-ended, open-ended financial commitments that other people are making, that the UK government is, that would, that's anyone in any walk of life would treat those slightly differently to something that has a fixed cost.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Can we move on then to the coronavirus job retention scheme as a topic, now moving into particular schemes, and just by way of context, the Treasury HMRC final evaluation concluded it was good value for money, with a positive net benefit to society of £50 billion. The economic output would have been 1.8% lower in 2021 without the scheme. It saved 4 million employments, and 20% of employers who use the scheme, so it's about 250,000, would have closed permanently without the scheme. And I just want to give that context for the questions that follow. And in fairness, I'll just ask that this is put up, INQ 000 588 209. This is from the inquiry's listening exercise, Every Story Matters, page 107. This was about the extension, but it's making the point. I think the extension was a lifeline. It gave me peace of mind knowing I had some income coming in. So there has been a generally positive evidence received by the inquiry about the scheme. Now, I think you mentioned this earlier, Mr. Sunak, but there's also evidence from our expert, Mike Brewer, that as a scheme, it also worked well in terms of reducing what could have been an increase in inequality because of its preservation of jobs. So we take all of that on board. Can I ask you about engagement? I think there was heavy consultation between the Treasury and the Trades Union Congress, is that right? About this scheme and standing it up, and with business indeed?
Yes, not just the TUC who, we had, probably somewhat surprisingly, but we had a very good, close working relationship with Francis and with Kate throughout the pandemic, particularly at this phase, but also with the CBI, and obviously those were the two big organisations representing business, representing union labour. But beyond that, we were constantly talking to lots of other business groups as well, whether it was the BCC, the FSB, and in particular on furlough. I think the engagement, there was a lot of engagement, which I put in the evidence, but it's important, with all the various bodies of accounting and taxation, all of whom have acronyms that I don't immediately spring to mind, but Institute of Chartered Accountants and other things like that, because there was a lot of technical detail to get right. about the guidance and how it would work and what needed to be on the form and how people's payroll systems would interact with it. So, that degree of detail guidance that people don't always see was incredibly important. So, yeah, of course, there was TUC and CBI engagement, and that gets a lot of the probably headline attention. But actually, all those expert bodies and accounting firms that helped get the mechanisms, the guidance, the execution right, so this thing worked legally and operationally for businesses, it was equally important.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about journalists who were waiting for it to fall over, but I mean, is that the point, that it was not just devising the scheme, but also making sure it worked, operationally it worked?
Yeah, it worked operationally from a kind of IT perspective almost, but also just practically and administratively for businesses, and how the information they would need to provide, how their payroll systems worked, how HMRC could interact with everything it needed to, and so all those bits needed to. And instead, the kind of overall policy, once it was designed, in one sense, was actually quite simple, and that was one of its appeals, I think. But then underneath that was a lot of detail that needed to be.
And can I pick up on that point about simplicity in terms of design? We heard a lot about this from Dr. Tim Loynig, that he viewed as one of the beauties of the scheme was that it was so simple, that was one of its great virtues, certainly when it was introduced in March 2020. And is that how you viewed it?
Yeah, I think it will be a recurring theme, I would imagine, of today and tomorrow. We go back to those overarching things that I talked about at the beginning, and complexity helps you target more effectively, better value for money, better for ensuring economic outcomes can return more rapidly and more efficiently, etc. Better for, we'll get into, I'm sure, fraud and other things. Obviously, it will help with all those things. What it doesn't do is allow you to move quickly. And it is very much the enemy of speed, and as we've talked about, speed was of the essence at this time. But the other thing that simplicity has and universality has is to help you with what I talked about at the beginning about the overall reassurance, and actually to be able to stand up and say, this is what the government is going to do, whether it's on this or the other things that we'll come to later, which people can just easily understand and has a simplicity and a universality about them, I think is probably underappreciated benefits for providing the overall kind of macro reassurance and confidence to the country, as well as operationally just being quicker and easier to deliver at pace. So I think that's the other benefit of simplicity.
And does that, in a way, minimise the danger that you announce something and then people go to it and find they actually don't qualify, they actually can't apply because there are all these rules and
yes, I think that obviously the simpler you can make it, as I said, as anyone can easily understand, then the better. And what you really wouldn't want to do is have too many situations where people hear one thing and then actually it's very different. So that's why that tends towards universality. If you're trying to have a big moment, talk to the country, give them a degree of reassurance. If that press conference just read like a whole long list of T's and C's at the end of an advert, I think it will undermine what you're trying to achieve. So if you had too many of those T's and C's, and again, they would help you for other things, but they would undermine the overall objective of just providing that reassurance and confidence, as I said, as well as making it far less likely that you could deliver it quickly and effectively and it would work.
And as you've told us at the outset, February, March 2020, speed was really important. And therefore standing this up in 55 hours was important. But you yourself, you've spoken again about the iterative approach to these things. Once it was stood up in that simple, universal way, you've also got to wear the hat of the nation's bank manager and make sure that you're living within your means. And did you yourself, or were you concerned to see, OK, we've stood this up, it's been stood up in a simple way, but can we actually now refine it as it goes to see if we can do some targeting and if we can make sure that it is targeted and therefore better value for money?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is one of the great it's of kind of in my head, kind of quandaries. We spent an inordinate amount of time over the summer iterating a more targeted version of furlough, and hours and hours of work to do exactly that, on the basis then that we were moving to a different phase of the pandemic. We weren't anticipating second, third national lockdowns, etc., and trying to figure out how to do a more targeted version. Because of course, as you said, if there were ways to get help to the people we want, but minimise the cost and make it more economically targeted to help the recovery of economic activity, that would be preferable. And I spent an enormous amount of my kind of intellectual time on this topic with the team at the Treasury, and we did develop something called JSS, which never saw the light of day because we ended up in another national lockdown. And
this was the job support
scheme, yeah, which had a kind of open and closed version. I know lots of people say, well, if you had better data, you can target, and I'm genuinely not convinced that even with better data, or reasonable better data that could now be collected, that it would be able to design an effective targeted version of this.
Right. Well, can we hold that thought?
Oh, fine.
And because I really want to develop this
sure.
and understand it, because I think you've spent a lot of time in the Treasury thinking about this and looking ahead. It's important it is considered. So,
yes.
But first of all, can we think about how you let's leave aside the practical difficulties and everything else, how you might think about targeting? I mean, there are lots of different ways. You might think about what companies that are affected by MPIs. Or?
There's kind of three main ways. One is sectors. So you can target by sector. The second way is to target by NPI, to your point, kind of closed, open. And then the third way is by looking at impact on revenue. And there are different tunes you can play on that, to use the Treasury parlance, of whether it's backwards looking, whether it's concurrent and things. But those are the three main ways that one could think about targeting. And there are problems with all three and advantages of all three, which I'm happy to dig into. But those are the three different approaches that one could take.
And can I throw in a fourth for your consideration? Though you may be including it, I suspect, under businesses targeted by MPIs, and that's geography.
Yes, I'm including that in because obviously and I mean, this was the big module 2 discussion. I said, like, all of the geographic stuff in reflection did not feel like that was something that would necessarily be repeated, I don't think. But in any case, that is, yes, I put that in the MPI bucket.
Yeah. Exactly.
And so if I was going to say a fourth, it's slightly different, but those are the three what I call targetings. What we ended up doing is a form of targeting, but it's not quite targeting, which is what we did do is what we call tapering, which is changing the generosity of the support. So our answer to this question, having concluded, or my answer to the question, having concluded that there wasn't a way of targeting that I felt comfortable with, that I thought was right, we ended up doing what I called tapering, which is where we raised the cost to employers in a universal way of participating in the scheme, which has the indirect benefit of for those that don't really need it, it probably on the margin makes it more likely they don't use it as much because you've raised the cost to them, and that, I think, broadly worked quite well both times that we tapered out, and so that is said, it means that it's still universal, but it was the generosity of the scheme was designed in a different way to just raise the cost to employers, which helps target by self-selection in a way, at the cost of some people having a burden which for them might be a bit more difficult than you would like.
So let's just pick that up, and then we'll look at the other three principal ways that you sort of looked at, and I think have settled on saying you reject. But this first point about tapering, I think this was a point that Dr. Leunig made in reaction to the suggestion it wasn't targeted. He said, well, no, it is targeted. Furlough was always targeted. because it's self-targeted in the sense that you assume that business wants to make money
Yes.
and it wants to make a profit. Otherwise, what's the point of being in business? So it's in the interests of employers to bring their staff back when they can, and they can be profitable. Therefore, it is self-targeted. In
effect, yes. I mean, look, obviously, you are. I think Tim would agree with this. He's right. What you are doing is introducing something that alters the pure behavioural response of a business, because you know there's this other thing that you are doing, and on the margin that probably means that someone where the business could have absorbed a cost reasonably and just dealt with a bit of reduced demand, some of that cost is now shifted onto the taxpayer balance sheet. The business is maybe not as productive as it otherwise might have been. That is the inevitable consequence of it. But he's not wrong. Of course, it is self-targeting in that case.
Yeah, and I suppose it might depend on what the nature of your business is, in terms of whether you are more or less inclined to bring people back. If you're talking about a manufacturing sort of model, you need people in the factory to make widgets. Therefore, you bring them back when you can make money out of it. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's leave that there in terms of the extent to which it was targeted, and you've spoken about tapering. But let's look at the other options, because I really want to be forward-looking here.
Yes. Yeah.
Because next time someone else might say, "Well, could we target a scheme?" Targeting by sector. Why was that considered and/or rejected as a prospect?
And I think, just to clarify. We said previously, I don't reject them. That's probably too strong a word. There is a reasonable case for all of these, and it won't be me doing it in the future. So whoever is there might choose reasonably to do something different, and fair enough. I don't think that's an unreasonable proposition. My reflection is, I think someone in the same situation as me, even in the future, will probably end up doing the same thing, but for the reasons we'll go into. But I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad idea. I just think the benefits of it are probably not outweighed by the costs. And indeed, you've heard other people use that phrase. That's where I'd probably personally end up on it. Not to say that someone couldn't reasonably take a different point of view. So, do you want to start with sector? Yeah, I think that the government doesn't have a database that has every business attached to a sector in the first instance. Now, you could probably develop that. Sector is quite broad. Then you need subsector, third sector, etc. That all gets a bit cumbersome. So we didn't have anything like that. So even it would have all been self-declaration anyway. And then you need to figure out, well, how are the MPIs impacting each sector? And say this sector is in, that sector is not in. And sure, easy, restaurants closed, great. Well, if your sector is hospitality, subsector is restaurant, tick. Okay, you're the person who provides the uniforms for the people who work in the restaurant. You know, so your subsector is something else, right? You know, textiles, or and then your subsector is whatever it is. Are you in? Are you out? Trying to figure all of that out is incredibly complicated in a modern economy. And then no one's going to be binary. I mean, the restaurant is 100% zero. Lots of other things. Well, part of my business is serving this sector. Part of it's serving another sector. Part of this sector is impacted. Part of it's not. So I just don't know if you could ever accurately figure out, well, these sectors suffer enough economic impact from the MPI so that these sectors tick, 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 these sectors no, no, no. And then even if you've got a firms operate in different sectors, and then you'll end up with all these problems of, well, half my business is my workwear example, half my business is serving this manufacturing uniforms, they're all still operating, half my business is serving the restaurant industry, they're all shut. Am I in? Am I out? Have we captured them even in the first place because we're focused up here on hospitality? So look, that's the thing with sectors. So even if you have the data, which we don't, it's not obvious to me that you would end up knowing and getting it. You could clearly do you could do a job. You would spend all your time talking to all the businesses that were not included, is my sense. And it's just the complexity of doing that for 1 million businesses, I just think in reality is probably not one that would work.
And it sounds like that the answer to that is not in better data because of this sort of supply chain issue, the interrelationship between all these different businesses.
That's my sense. As I said, look, we don't have the data, or we didn't have the data then, so someone can decide whether it's worth doing it. My instinct is, even with the data, that's probably not what a policymaker in the future would do. But again, reasonable people could disagree on that point, and that would be fine.
Yeah, okay. Financial impact?
Again, for us, there's no way to check, right? So we had no way to. So for us doing it at the time, at the beginning, we didn't have a way to check, so it would all be self-declaration. What we did have was only for VAT-rated businesses, which have to provide that information. But
just pausing there, Mr. Sunak, we've heard some evidence, I think, that the threshold is about somewhere in the 90,000s,
yeah, 95, I think, from memory, yeah.
So a lot of businesses who
lots of small businesses were not registered for VAT. I think 40-something, that seems a high number, but a large chunk of the businesses that use furlough were not VAT registered, I think. So again, you had no way to verify anyway on that data. We'll probably get into it on some of the future things. Now, look, in general, I think it would be a good thing for the government to have more regular income data. We'll get onto it for self-employed and for businesses. That is now happening through making tax digital. So again, not everybody loves that, but that's a good starting point for having more regular revenue data collected. So you would probably have some of that. The issue is there's two different things. One is if it's backwards looking, or is it contemporaneous with what's happening and then picked up in the future, it can create some quite odd behavioural incentives. So you're saying we're going to give you support if your revenue is low, and then you'd have to think through whether economically that is a sensible thing. Now, clearly for some people it's fine because you've shut them down, the revenue is zero, nothing you can do about it. But for the people who could, if they innovated or iterated, you'd want them to produce. And I take Tim's point. Tim would agree with this. We saw this improve over the pandemic. Right at the beginning, everyone just hunkered down, shut down, and we then spent time saying, well, hang on, actually the rules allow you to do this type of activity, or you can shift your business from doing sit-in to delivery and takeout. Like, you want that type of economic activity to happen, and so having things that kind of reward almost not having that revenue would behaviourally worry me a little bit. And then if you were setting thresholds, which ultimately we did for SAYS, you inevitably get the question, well, how much revenue decline is enough to qualify for the thing? Which again, you'll just have to pick a thing. It won't be perfect, and people have revenue declines for MPI related reasons. Some people have revenue declines for non-MPI related reasons, so it's not perfect anyway. But I think, and operationally doing all of that would be fiddly. Verifying it would be fiddly, and then the behavioural reaction to it would be something to think about. Again, none of this is in. You could do a version of this. Yeah. It would not be an unreasonable approach to take. Like, these are not binary yes or no things. Again, it's complex and it's imperfect. So you're just switching one degree of imperfection for another, and you're losing the universality and speed, and therefore you just have to weigh those things up. And then MPIs is the third. Yes,
MPIs is the third. But just before we come on to that, just a point that I'll just put to you now. But also, you've spoken about how rapidly developing this pandemic was and changing over time. Is that an argument against targeting of the sorts we've discussed and we'll go on to discuss? Because you might have to change the targets. Well, it's a moving target, in other words.
Well, and that was our experience over the summer and the autumn, where we actually designed a targeted scheme, and then as the health situation deteriorated and we ended up anyway with a national lockdown, it didn't make sense to do that, and we went back to the original CJRS. And that goes to the third bucket, actually, which is the MPI one, which is exactly to your point. The issue with that is it slightly is the same set of issues we discussed with the sector-based approach. Is, okay, MPI shuts down a nightclub, or it shuts down a hospitality or large event. That's fine. But all those businesses have a supply chain behind them, and how then you end up in the same place. and it's pretty binary there. Which is what JSS was. It was, if you're closed, then fine. But then we had a open version, so we had a kind of softer version. It wasn't if you were, because for everyone else, where that was the supply chain business was still going to get some support, but they were going to get less support than someone who was totally closed. And that's where we ended up. And we never introduced that scheme. It's the best we could do. But even then, I tell you, the amount of hours we spent, days of trying to figure out how we would detail the guidance for what businesses is closed, because part of the business was closed. The garden centres, I think, were kind of case in point, and that the cafe bit of it was closed but the garden centre bit was open, things like that. So even there we were trying to work through all this detailed guidance, and it was not going to be easy to deliver in practice, I don't think. And on the geographic side, again, it sounds simple, but lots of businesses that were not in that geographic area that was subject to the MPIs would be impacted by them because they'll be part of a supply chain, and trying to pick all of that up would be, well, you would lose it if it was geographically concentrated. It would work for a certain group of businesses, but then it would miss lots of others too. So, again, none of these are unreasonable. We ended up developing one. Because your overall point was right, and I cared about trying to figure out if there was a better way to do this. Is there a more targeted way that would save us money and help economic activity return? And so we developed one the best we could. As I said, it's not obvious to me the benefits of doing any of these things outweighs the costs. When you've got tapering as a kind of different way to do something similar.
Can I just pick up with you a few other potential design points? I think more for a future emergency than for COVID. Just they've emerged in the evidence, and just would appreciate your reflections on them. One came from Dr. Tim Loynig again, which was the proposition that you should publish from the outset a list of recipients of the furlough.
I think that is not unreasonable. We did that later on. I think in November we introduced that, and I think next time around you could do that from the beginning. I mean, I'm trying to think why people might not like that, but I think we did it in general because at least employees then knew, and this is one way of combating fraud. Which, in any case, in the overall scheme, fraud was much lower than people thought, and in line with other government programmes developed in peacetime. But again, the employees, notifying employees that they've been furloughed, them seeing the employer, it all just helps with that to make sure that there isn't fraud there. So that would be not an unreasonable thing to do from the beginning.
And is there another point that it might discourage companies that don't really need the money at all? They're just making...
Yes, and I think Tim spoke about this. There were obviously a set of companies that made a decision that they were going to pay the money back because things turned out better for them than they thought it would be, and it's enormously to their credit that they did that. And saying, lots of people want to have a go at business lots of the times. Those businesses that did that deserve praise and gratitude. They didn't have to do that. Lots didn't, but they did, and as you said, country's bank manager, I'm grateful that they did.
Having part-time furlough from the outset in a future emergency?
I think, again, reasonable people could disagree on this. It's quite hard to police, and I think the nervousness would be, does it incentivise people to, on the margin, have less economic activity than they probably could or should? And I think that is it's just a choice and a trade-off. It was, I think the first lockdown in any case was so binary that it didn't make a massive difference. I don't think in this case. Maybe that would be different in the future. It was easier to implement it later and not worry about what I worried about, because at that point you had a fixed population. So it applied to everyone who had been furloughed already. So you knew that you were not on the margin, making it more likely that someone would kind of put their employees down to part-time when really they should just have to manage that in their business cost and not send that cost to the taxpayer. So it was an easier thing to do later. It was a big ask from business, especially FSB, I think, were particularly vocal about it, and it worked well, and it really helped get economic activity back up. I don't have a strong point of view on whether it could or should be done from the beginning. I don't think it made a big difference in this instance, and again, it's a trade-off, really.
This was an idea that emerged from the evidence of Kate Bell on behalf of the TUC, the proposition that employers should be required to provide training to employees during the period of furlough to prevent de-skilling of the workforce. How does that... I'll give you an example. If you're a baker, or to use Dr. Loynig's example, you're a patissier and you're making shoe buns, I think was his example. You can't do that, but you might do some health and safety training, or training about hygiene in the kitchen, or if you're a barrister, you can't go to court, but you might do your CPD points. What do you say about that sort of?
I'd have to. I know that sounds fine. I mean, it depends how much of a burden on the employer it was. It's my instinctive answer, and we're getting into kind of the micro policy development. So, I think the whole point is here: the businesses were under, and lots of them small businesses were under enormous stress. We all thought, well, we worried that they were about to go out of business, and the whole point about this thing was to ensure that they didn't have to lay off all their employees, because we wanted to protect that job match and protect that business. So, if you're saying to that small restaurant or cafe that shut down, by the way, you still have to pay your rent, and we're going to help you with some grants over there and a loan over there, but you've still got a lot of costs that you're grappling with, and you're not operating, and we've done the furlough thing, but you have to now spend, that would be an extra cost effectively that you're putting on the business, and I think you would just have to think through that. If the whole point is you're worried about the business going out of business, then you probably say, let me keep you alive, rather than figure out if any extra costs. In principle, clearly, if you've got the time, it feels like a sensible thing to do. I think there has been some survey evidence that suggests that something like 40% of people, it was in your evidence somewhere, or maybe it's in my evidence, I think something like 40% of people did actually undertake some type of training whilst they were furloughed. And obviously now, with all the AI tools that we have, it's quite easy for people to do lots of things online and free, and they'd have the time to do that. I'm not sure about putting an obligation on the business necessarily would serve the ultimate aim of trying to protect the business and the job.
The scheme allowed people to take on work for another employer. So if you were furloughed, you could work for another business. Do you think, I mean, which presumably is a good thing in terms of churn in the labour market, people might find a different job they're actually better at or better suited to, and they could move on. Do you think that was well enough publicised, this ability to work elsewhere?
To be perfectly honest, I don't have a strong recollection of that particular policy and how we communicated it, or how it worked, or how well taken up it was. You have to forgive me.
No, not at all. Can I just pick up one other thought that's emerged, and then we'll take the lunch break. This came from Dr. Brewer, one of the inquiry's experts, and has been picked up in the evidence. The idea that you could have a right to request furlough, and the point Dr. Brewer was making was that whether an employee was furloughed or not was a decision for their employer. So they may not want to lose their job. They may not want to be made redundant. If they were made redundant, then they fell into universal credit and welfare, and comparatively that could be quite a significant fall in income. Not their fault is the point he was making. So that there should be a right for them not to demand that they're kept on, but to at least request through a process that they be kept on through furlough.
I think that is, I'd have to think a little bit more about that. I mean, probably instinctively, I'm not sure that's what I would do, not least because, especially if you're going to put, as we did, the tapering requirements on employers, where they would have to contribute more, then having someone kind of be able to force their employers, because then you are effectively forcing them to keep you on, not full-time, but at a cost, that seems a bit tricky, right? Those two things then work against each other. And I think ultimately it's, the employer's the one that is making the decisions about their workforce, the government forcing them to make those decisions. That doesn't strike me as being quite the right approach. And as I said, would make any type of employer contributions and tapering much harder to defend, and make it more likely then that people are just let go, which I think it would not be the outcome that we wanted.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Sunak, I'll leave it there. After the lunch break, what I want to pick up on CJRS is the approach in the autumn of 2020 when JSS was shelved and furlough was extended. So we'll pick that up as an issue after lunch, if we may, my lady. And we're not very far behind my plan, so we're slightly behind, but that's my fault, not yours. But we'll make it up this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I shall return at 2 o'clock. All rise. That's right.
Lady. Mr. Sunak, can we pick up, as I said we would, the position in the autumn of 2020 with the decision to extend the job retention scheme and not to implement job support scheme, open and closed. We understand that the furlough scheme, job retention scheme, was due to end on the 31st of October 2020, to give some context, and was then going to be replaced by the job support scheme as part of the winding down of furlough, essentially. That was the economic planning, if you like, working up the job support scheme whilst looking to end the job retention scheme. But in terms of the health picture, I think, as your statement acknowledges, in that autumn, so September, early September onwards, there were various contingencies being worked up in Whitehall in terms of the health position. Is that right? One of which was the potential towards a further national lockdown if infection rates continue to increase.
Yes, I think that's a fair summary. We went into the design process for JSS on the basis of the initial roadmap exit plan that had been developed, and then I think the tiering system that was put in place. So JSS was very much designed for that world. I think, as I alluded in the statement, we always knew that there was uncertainty around the potential spread and path of the virus. So I'm sure during that period, and there were discussions we had, knowing that might be an option, that would have to be brought back if it went a particular way. So that was always there, and then ultimately, as the health situation deteriorated and the tiering system went, and we went back to a national lockdown, it obviously made more sense just to bring CGRS back.
Yes, thank you. Or well, not bring it back, but just
to extend it. I was just going to correct myself as well. Extend it and not introduce JSS as planned.
Because I think the direction to HMRC to extend came on the day it was due to end, which was the 31st of October.
Yeah, that's which I think, because that was also from memory. I'm just trying to check. I think it was that also the day that it was decided we would change the health restrictions and enter another lockdown, from memory. Around is that it was the things were linked.
Yes,
in that sense.
Yes, that's right. The two things were coming together. But in terms of timing, I mean, it's obviously not ideal from a business planning perspective to think one thing may happen and then be told another was going to happen at short notice. That's a slightly different issue, which I'll come back to whether operationally there were any risks in leaving the decision that late, or was the position that because CGRS was up and running and you knew it worked and was deliverable, that there wasn't a great operational risk in switching to CGRS rather than bringing in JSS?
I don't think there was any operational risk from memory at all, because as you rightly said, anyway, it was already in operation and people were used to it, and so that bit was fine. If anything, there would have been operational risk about whatever when you do something new. So in that sense, I have no memory that was an issue at all. Obviously, it was far from ideal that the situation had deteriorated so quickly, and that meant that we had to change what we were doing. But that was very much in response to the deteriorating health situation, which was obviously not something that we were in control over. And it was, I still think, right to, for all the reasons we discussed earlier, right to have tried to develop something that could be more targeted. And I still said, I think that was the right thing to have done and to spend time on. And if we hadn't ended up in that health scenario, would have introduced. And I'm sure it would not have been perfect either, but I think that was a worthwhile thing to have pursued. But as the health situation then deteriorated very quickly, it made sense to stick with CGRS, and that was it, really. There's not much more I can probably add to that.
No, and so from the Treasury's perspective, the health situation is determining the economic response.
Yes.
We've already covered that ground, but Does this also go back to the other responsibility you had as Chancellor, which is not to spend money where you don't need to spend it? It's all about withdrawing or reducing support when that's appropriate as well.
Yeah, of course. And that it goes right back to the beginning and, all those different economic objectives we have. Of course, value for money, minimising fiscal cost and allowing that effective recovery of the economy so that resources are allocated efficiently, to use a slightly more wonky phrase. That is also an important set of considerations, and it makes sense to weight those considerations, especially as you're out of the worst of the health situation and then can start to iterate policy in that direction. And that's what the plan was, and then obviously the health situation deteriorated, and therefore we had to adjust on the economic support side. But as I said, I don't think it was wrong to have planned for JSS and to have done the work on it and be prepared to implement it had the health situation carried on as originally expected. That was also the right thing to do, and if this happened again in the future, I think someone should look to do that as well at the appropriate time.
Now, I accept that this next question I want to put to you is that it might be characterised as you could be criticised for ending something too soon. You could be criticised for something going on too long. This is the perfection of judgment about timing. But when you look back over CJRS, it was stood up again or continued 31st October 2020 and then eventually ended. Do you think that some over-reliance crept in on to furlough, that it could have been withdrawn sooner? Or how are you making that decision?
I think this is something where we have to be really careful about hindsight. And I think, again, with the greatest respect, obviously, to Milady and yourself, Mr. Wright, is I think the right question to ask is, at that moment in time, was it a reasonable judgment to make? And I believe that it was. Everyone was worried, anxious about what would happen to unemployment when furlough ended. There were perfectly credible voices who wanted it to go on for longer than it did, including obviously the TUC. I think at least one, if not two or three, of the devolved administration's finance ministers and leaders. I think at the then opposition, now government, members of, and beyond. So there clearly was a debate to be had about it. I thought our approach was about right in that what we did do, and I think Tim alluded to this in his evidence as well, is that because of the tapering and the necessity for employer contributions in those back-end few months, you saw, I don't have the figures to hand, but you did see, as we expected, a pretty strong decline month on month over the last few months. And what we're really talking about when someone asks this question is probably a matter of 2 months, because the restrictions really only ended fully in July, at the end of July, and this went on for 2 more months. So I think we're talking about 2 months where the fiscal cost, I think if you look at it, and I'm sorry I don't have the figures to hand, but the fiscal cost for those last 2 months was probably very small because the numbers were low and the employer contributions were higher. So, was it a reasonable judgment to do what we did? I think it was. I think there's nothing that you can, and hindsight, as we said, sure, when it ended, there was not a big spike in unemployment that people feared, and it was fine. So maybe that argues for being able to have done something sooner. I don't. If this thing happens again, it's not obvious to me that there's some learning from that period that would make it easier for someone in my position to make that balance any better than they will have at the time to weigh up these various things, right? There'll be a public debate. There'll be people saying both things. They'll be looking at all the different bits of data, as I was, about the decline in people on furlough, the resumption of economic activity, it's all these things, taking all these inputs and just having to make a judgment. And as I said, because of the employer contributions, the cost was lower, and that was a good thing. And I think, in the round, we're talking about 2 months. It's not obvious to me that there's a specific learning, as I said, that would help someone next time around fine-tune it by a month better.
Yeah.
But again, reasonable people can disagree.
But, I mean, the fact there wasn't a big spike in unemployment, I mean, turning it on its head might be seen as a good thing. In other words, if this was meant to preserve jobs,
yes,
then the fact lots of people haven't been made unemployed when it ends might suggest a positive.
No, but I think the point that some people would make is because there wasn't, therefore you may have been able to do it earlier. That is the logic. As I said, it's not logic that I necessarily disagree with, but I think there's no way to test the counterfactual. And my point is, I don't think anyone would really say it should have ended whilst there were still restrictions, and they only finished at the end of July. So I think what we're talking about here is a matter of 2 months. And I said, could it have ended 2 months? We'll never quite know what would have happened if we did end it at the end of July. I think in the scheme of things, it was kind of reasonable judgment to make.
I certainly don't want to apply any sort of perfect hindsight to these sort of judgments, Mr. Sunak, and I didn't mean to imply.
No, and I wasn't implying that you were, but I think it's just
But just to take that a bit further, I suppose one of the questions might be: is it possible to, in a future emergency, or would it have been possible in this emergency, to devise criteria that were published, known, that when these things happen, it will end? Because that would be another way of looking at the end of something, to say, well, when these factors are all aligned, then we will bring it to an end.
I can certainly appreciate the appeal of something like that, the kind of mechanical thing. Having sat in the chair and had to make the decision, I'm not sure it can be reduced to here are 3 formulas, and if X is 5 and A equals 2, then yes, it goes on, and if they're less than that, it stays. It's a subjective judgment based on a range of different variables, which I'm not entirely sure could be reduced to a mechanical formula. Is my sense of it. We did have a version of that. Obviously, the Prime Minister put those tests in place for thinking about exit from roadmap. But again, they were part quantitative, part qualitative assessments. So it's not as if from the outside someone could have perfect certainty about what it would mean. They could have reasonable understanding, but they were not mechanical formulas even there. So again, we're down to talking about a couple of months. Could we have... could there have been some set of things we talked about? We would have ended it a month or 2 earlier. I don't know. And I think things, again, you're monitoring this data, Mr. Wright, day by day. As things were reopening, there were 4 or 5 week gaps between each thing. So something had to open, or we reduced, released some restrictions. Then you needed to see how the economy reacted. Were businesses reopening? Were they bringing people back? How were people going out and doing those activities again and spending money? You had to watch that happen in real time. So I'm not entirely sure if you could have done it far in advance anyway, is the other thing, because this stuff was changing in front of your eyes by the day.
Just turning that proposition of criteria on its head and looking at it the other way, from a sort of business certainty and public confidence perspective, what about in a future emergency saying, well, while certain things are happening, it will not be withdrawn? So turning it on its head. So in other words, whilst we're still locked down, it won't be withdrawn. Or whilst we are under a certain level of restriction. Or again, do you think all the same problems apply?
I'm trying to think. Effectively, that's what was the case, because we had run it to the end of September. The roadmap, they said, released the restrictions at the end of July. The employer contributions and things started coming in July as well. So that was all telegraphed, I think, in the spring, so people had lots of time to plan. And I'm sure I said, I can't quite remember, kind of the implicit understanding, I'm sure, was, well, and if things change, we'll reevaluate, because we've done that. At that point, we'd done that 2 or 3 times already. So yeah. I think that was a kind of given. If things got materially worse, then we would obviously relook at the situation. But I think my sense is at the time then we'd given people a good amount of time to plan, and we could handle a little bit of flex if if the roadmap slipped to the right, which it did do by, I think one step was delayed by 4 weeks from memory. So I think that turned out to be sensible, that we had erred a little bit on the side of caution, because actually we needed some of that buffer, and for it still to then be tapering off as the economy was fully open. So that was sensible, but again, you could argue if that hadn't happened, it would have looked a little bit of a worse decision, because it would have maybe then been a month more than one was needed. So I think my broad thing is, I think we're talking about a matter of weeks, at most 2 months, really. And for me, it's hard to reduce it to something so formulaic. So giving people some certainty, probably erring a little bit on the generous side to deal with any bumps in the road, having the employer contributions come in, so you've got that tapering and self-selection at the same time. That seems to me to strike a reasonable balance, which is what we did. But again, I think it's hard without hindsight to really know if you could have had a high conviction different view. Not least, as I said, because lots of very credible people, and it's easy to say now and after it ended. At the time, and I remember being in Parliament and all the interviews I did, I was getting a lot of pushback on the idea this was ending, right? And all the questions I was getting were the opposite. And as I said, from members of the then opposition and more generally, it was very much, this is too premature, and you're just wanting to withdraw support, and you're focused on balancing the books again, and here we go.
Understood. Can I just pick up just one more point on this, though, developing on that point? So those who say, it should have carried on for longer, it could have carried on for much longer. From an economic perspective, so I'm not talking about the fiscal cost of the intervention, but in terms of a longer-term cost or damage to the economy, are there reasons not to have a furlough scheme going on too long that are important? Yes,
absolutely. And I don't think there would be an enormous amount of disagreement amongst that. At least I hope not, because markets allocate resources efficiently for the most part, and that is individual private businesses, people making those decisions. And what when government starts intervening, trying to preserve things in stasis, that is fine for temporary shocks that are specific. But as that becomes more permanent, and it's not just furlough schemes, there's all sorts of other things that governments can do. What you are doing is interfering with the normal mechanism of the market, and in general, you're potentially preserving businesses and jobs which in the long run aren't actually viable or sustainable. And that's never a good long-term thing for the economy. You're inhibiting its productive growth. And what government should be doing is allowing that process to happen, then obviously providing the support for people with training, skills, making sure new businesses can be created easily. Because what you want in a dynamic economy, if you want a fast-growing economy, is you need that. You need that process to happen. You need those businesses which, sadly are not sustainable or viable, to fail. You need new businesses to take their place. Investment needs to go to where it has a highest return. People need to be in jobs which actually are sustainable and can pay them a good wage, not ones that are being propped up artificially by taxpayers. So absolutely, in the long term, that is not a sensible feature of any market-oriented economy.
And so your decisions about ending these sorts of supports were not simply what's the fiscal cost per month of this continuing, but also is there reaching a point where carrying on may do more harm to the economy than stopping?
Yes, and it goes, again, all the way back to that conversation we had at the beginning. If you just remember, I set out those 4 or 5 economic objectives. This was one of them. It was about, when the time is right, allowing normal economic activity to resume, and that normal market economy to function, because in the long run, that's the best way to raise people's living standards and grow an economy.
Okay, thank you. Well, those are my questions about the job retention scheme. I'm going to move on to the self-employed income support scheme now. I think we've covered most of CJRS. I hope we have. Is there anything before I move on that you wish to add about the scheme? Any point of learning about the scheme, or have we covered that in the question?
I think we've had a good, comprehensive discussion on it. I think we've covered the reflections as we went through. So, okay. If anything occurs to me, I'll
there'll be an opportunity
tomorrow. Yes, but I think that we've covered everything that I've thought through. So.
So self-employed income support scheme, and again, I'll just give some high-level statistics from the evaluation that was conducted into that scheme, just to put this into context. So this was an income replacement scheme for self-employed people. The total benefits created by the scheme were estimated to be £19.3 billion, with an accompanying social cost of £5.1 billion. Payments were made quickly post-launch. There was an application date of 13th of May. By the 25th of May 2020, so 12 days later, 88% of claims have been paid out, and 99.4% of self-employed income support scheme claims were paid within the government's own target of 6 working days from the application. So that's just to give some sense of the scale and the assessment of how the scheme landed. I'll ask the question in the way that I'm sorry to keep coming back to Dr. Loynig. He's obviously made an impression. But I'll ask the question really founded in the way he put it, and so we can have your response to this. That there was an extent he felt that this scheme was really a trade-off between an economic case for support and a moral political case for support, because this was a very vocal political group lobbying for support, whereas morally, perhaps, I don't know if morally is the right word, but that's how he put it, not as deserving as the job support provided through CJRS. What was your rationale for the scheme, and why do you say it was necessary and important, Mr. Sunak?
I think, taking a step back, it was at its most simple level, you know, the government stopping people from working and doing what they wanted to do, and therefore having some responsibility to, you know, support them through that period. And that applies, you know, equally to those who are self-employed as it does to those in work. And of course, you know, we've spoken through the economic theory of, you know, scarring and labour matches, and that's all true. But actually, put the economic bit aside, there's just a slightly more fundamental thing that, you know, everyone was going about their day-to-day life, trying to work hard, provide for their families, build a better life. Government comes in and says, no, sorry, we're not going to let you do that anymore. And I just didn't think it would be right to then not have something to say to those people to support them through it. And that really is what the self-employment support scheme was about. And it broadly, not perfectly, but broadly was designed to give comparable support to those who are self-employed as those who are in employment. I think Tim, in his evidence, also said that he thought it was perfectly reasonable to him as an economist that the self-employed and employed should, in some loose sense, have the same level of support, and this is the kind of closest that we could do, and that was what he said, and I think that's right in a nutshell, and we can get into the design of it, but that was the kind of thesis behind doing it from my perspective.
Can I interrupt? Sorry.
Of course, Mother.
Doesn't the economic scarring argument apply to the self-employed too? Because an awful lot of self-employed people, I confess I have an interest here, having been self-employed for a long time, but don't a lot of put me to one side. Don't a lot of self-employed people contribute to the economy? Don't you have the economic scarring argument can apply to a lot of self-employed businesses?
No, not to make Tim. I think if Tim was here, he might say the difference, milady, and I'm going to try and make his argument for him, not mine, but I think he would say that the difference is that nothing stops you as a self-employed individual doing what you want to do thereafter, whereas if you're employed and you lose your job, you can't automatically just go back to doing what you were doing before. That, I think, is, not to put words in his mouth, but he might have said something to that effect when he was here. That's why he might say that they are different. I tend to broadly sympathise with your perspective on it. At the end of the day, these are people who we wanted to make sure that they were still able to be economically productive and active when possible, and therefore providing some support to them would make that more likely. I think the TUC provided some good evidence on this point, and I think Kate was quite good on this particular point. That I think she gave the example of a self-employed salon or hairstylist or beautician who would have had a bunch of things, may have even had paid rent in somewhere, and if they had not been supported, all of that would have gone. Would have had to sell all of that, broken all those relationships with wherever she was, those client relationships, etc., and therefore would not as easily be able to bounce back. And it's effectively like having been let go in a company. So I think Kate would give you the example of something that very much is in line with what you said, and that was my general sense. Now, I think Tim would say that's perfectly fair. It probably doesn't apply to everyone in quite the same way as it did with people in jobs. But I hope I've given you as fair as I can.
You're very good at playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, well, I try and be fair. Obviously, I introduced the scheme and believe in it, so of course, I think that it was the right thing to do, and I would do it again if it was me. And quite candidly, I'm highly confident if this ever happens again, whoever is in my shoes will do something very similar as well. But I'm just at least trying for the sake of you having the full set of arguments. But I thought Kate's evidence on this was quite compelling as bringing it to life how someone who is self-employed actually would have the same scarring type of impact that you would have from someone who is employed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And as with the job retention scheme, what was speed of delivery and simplicity an important feature of the scheme?
Yes, as simplicity, especially, and I think we haven't touched on it, but just actually your last question of the last session. There's an enormous amount of operational pressure that's put on HMRC at this moment in time, and then we'll come on to universal credit this afternoon and with DWP systems. And I think it's easy to kind of abstract that away, particularly for people who are not used to having to deliver things on the front line. And the scale of these things is enormous. You have to remember that 10 million people were furloughed. Right? 1 million businesses were interacting with the HMRC CGRS system, and then 10 million people were getting the rebates through. On SAYS, 3 million people, right? Again, so there's not just a kind of simplicity for speed, a simplicity for communications and reassurance, which we've touched on. There's also a simplicity because what you don't want is for the organisation to be overwhelmed, for the systems to be break down. They only have the capacity to do so much. And actually, even in peacetime, that is the case. As Chancellor afterwards, when you're sitting down with HMRC and you're figuring out here are the various upgrades we can make to the tax system, if we invest here, what systems can we do? It's not as if you can do everything at once. And I had those conversations with them on making tax digital. There's well, you want us to design this over here, you want us to do that over there, and this, that. Well, thanks, Chancellor, actually. Well, we can't do all of that at once. Please tell us which order you want to do it in. And that's not unfair. And obviously at this period, that was also a reflection. And they would constantly rightly say, look, we can handle this. If you want us to do this, this, and this, it's going to take you that much longer, or we just simply are going to get overwhelmed and then things won't work properly. So that aspect of it, I think, is worth highlighting.
Yeah, you could have promised all sorts of support, but if it was utterly undeliverable, then it wouldn't have been support at all. It would have just been an empty promise. Exactly,
and then that obviously damages confidence and reassurance and all the rest of it. So and again, you have to trust. I mean, of course, you probably heard this from other people giving evidence. I always was on the pushy end and demanding end, whether it's with my officials in the Treasury or with HMRC. What's the quickest timeline? Why can't you do more? Why can't we do it faster? But ultimately, you don't want the things to fall over. I think that would be a disaster. So,
and if you look at simplicity as between CJRS and SAYS. In CJRS, this was administered through the PAYE system, which gave you a monthly snapshot of employment, real-time information. So that's pretty good data, and it's regular. But under the self-employed income support scheme, you were looking at income tax self-assessment, and there's a time lag, isn't there, in terms of filing? And so did that present an immediate challenge in terms of deliverability?
Yeah, well, it presented, well, in one sense, it made things very easy because there was no other way that you could do this other than relying on the ITSA system, the income tax self-assessment system. It was the only database that we had in government at HMRC that told us who was self-employed, how much had they earned, right? So that there was no alternative. So in that sense, that was clarifying and made things simple. But then that meant that came with a set of constraints. Notably, the data, as you alluded to, Mr. Wright, is quite out of date. And that's a feature of our self-employment assessment system where you filed your tax return the following January after the tax year ends. So lots of people who were newly self-employed in the most immediate preceding tax year to the onset of the pandemic had not yet filed a tax return, and we had no way of knowing who they were, how much they earned, and it was therefore not possible to bring them into the system at the outset without taking on what I considered to be unacceptable, risk on fraud. And then as soon as we passed the deadline for that, we were able to bring them in. But that's why the ITSA system was used. And as I said, in one sense, it was very good because it was an accurate database of people and their incomes. The flip side was it was the data in it was out of date, and I'm sure we can talk about what that would look like in the future.
Well, can we pick up about the data point now, and then we'll come on to the point you've just made about appetite for risk and fraud. In terms of the future and data, and you've mentioned this already, making tax digital, and you said that this is something HMRC was working on, and it's now working much further through the system. Can you just explain what it is and how it will change potentially these sorts of judgments for a chancellor in the future?
Yes, I think we are, and I have to confess I'm not sure where the new government is with the roadmap, but before I left the Treasury, we put in place, together with the ministerial team, a new roadmap for making tax digital, partly so that in the future this type of situation would not happen. And what that means is HMRC will be able to collect more income data, same data more regularly.
Quarterly returns?
Quarterly returns, exactly. Yeah. And I say, forgive me for not remembering the precise details of who that applies to when, but the broad principle is the system will be much more up to date with what's happening in people's lives than it was when I was doing this, and that will make this easier. Fair to say, before the pandemic, when things like that had been mooted, I don't think everyone was jumping up and down and being super excited about doing that, because people would prefer to have the time and do it later, and all the impact it might have on people's cash flow and taxes. But the pandemic showed why it would be beneficial, at least from this perspective, to have that quarterly tax information from making tax digital. Yeah. So.
Okay, you didn't have the luxury of that. You had income tax self-assessment, and you've explained why, therefore, the newly self-employed weren't eligible in the early cohorts of this support. Can I just pick up, you referenced the risk of fraud. Now, presumably that's because if you wanted to include the recently self-employed, you'd have to effectively self-certify or have some method of self-certifying that they were in fact self-employed, they did in fact have income, and they were in fact eligible.
The whole thing would be completely just as you described.
Yeah. So that's the first point. Is there not also, and we picked this up with Sir James Hara in his evidence, there was also and this touches on something you said earlier about the pressure HMRC was under. Not only would there have to be self-certification, but there'd have to be a manual process of checking and accreditation, which goes hand in hand with that.
And that goes to the point I was talking about earlier, just the operational demands on HMRC. Any time that HMRC have to start doing any degree of manual verification of anything or spot checking of any kind of scale, clearly the resource implications are significant, which is why when ITSA is great because it can all be done largely digitally, and that means that there isn't a huge human component to that bit. So that Jim's absolutely right to make that point. And you see that in other areas. Now, you make some exceptions for some very small groups of people with a particular case, and I think women on maternity leave and things like that on CJRS, we made some very specific manual flexibilities because we felt that group of people really should not be disadvantaged in any way, and it was a small enough group of people that we could manage a manual workaround. But to Jim's point on this, that would have been a huge undertaking.
Now we know that. In the devolved administrations, support schemes were stood up to support the newly self-employed who weren't eligible for the UK-wide self-employed income support scheme. For example, the newly self-employed hardship fund in Scotland. And I asked Kate Forbes about this when she gave evidence, and I put it to her, was it really a question of that the Scottish government had a greater appetite for risk than the UK government? It was willing to take the risk of self-certification. But did you consider exploring that and engaging with the devolved administration to see if there's any learning there, or had you made a decision that the risks and the processing obstacles were too great?
I can't recall specifically on that discrete intervention, but more generally on SAYS, because it had to be designed in a way with various different criteria, all of which were necessarily imperfect. There was a continual debate, discussion, re-look at policy to see what could be tweaked, if things could be changed, not least because there was a huge amount of incoming into the Treasury about all these issues. So it absolutely was not the case that it stood up, announce it, off you go, done. I think the entire time that this scheme was in place, in terms of incoming to please can you change this, please can you change that, what about this, is probably the scheme where we had the most of that, actually. And that goes to our earlier question on targeting on CJRS. Here, this was targeted. It was imperfectly targeted because that's all you could do. And then you spend a huge amount of time with all the people who are not captured and feel that they should be, and then trying to figure out if you can tweak the design. And so that's kind of interesting observation on that. But I can't remember on that specific one, but as a general point, I would say that there was constant looking at all aspects of this to see if there are things that could be tweaked, changed, iterated as we went through, because by its design it was certainly more imperfect than CGRS was.
Yeah. So if you think about the heat that you got externally from the imperfect targeting of this scheme, amplify that 100-fold and think about how CGRS would have gone if you'd have tried to target.
I think that is a fair reflection or takeaway. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Can we just run through a couple of other, if you like, hard edges in the scheme? And this goes to this targeting point you've made. The 50% self-employed income test. So this was, you had to have at least 50% of your income from self-employment to be eligible under the scheme, and there was no tapering. It was effectively a cliff edge. Can you just help us with the rationale for that?
Yes.
And whether you considered a taper and why it was not workable?
I think it's interesting in how you introduced the question, Mr. Wright. You talk about the hard edges, and I think that's exactly it. See, one person's targeting is another person's hard edge. Right? And those are two sides of the same coin. So, an abstract discussion about targeting is all good and well from an economic theory perspective. And then here is an example where we're going to go through now the various things we did to try and target it. And we end up having the conversation about the hard edges completely reasonably. But I think it just illustrates the challenge with this, because there is no perfect targeting. And anyone who comes here and says, well, with this bit of data it would have been perfect, I think is probably not being I think realistic about this in the future. So I think you have to accept, well, I'm not avoiding your question, we'll get into it, that you have to accept in all these things there's always just going to be a trade-off. and I think I'd say reasonable people can disagree on those trade-offs, but targeting is beneficial for objective 4 and 5, but it's less good for 1, 2, and 3, and some people are going to feel aggrieved. So that is the nature of it. But on the 50% criteria, and again, this was something that was suggested by officials, which I agreed with. The idea here was, look, remember, all we are doing here is people are going to opt in, and that's an important thing, actually, which we should come to. But people are going to opt in to saying that they need this. So that is really our only kind of check. It's not the same as an employer who's putting someone on furlough. We don't know about this person's circumstances, really. Are they affected by the pandemic? Are they the person who's a stylist, or we've closed down that industry effectively, we've prohibited close contact, or are they someone who's happily carrying on working? We don't know. So it is right to try and target where we can to minimise the fiscal impact and sharpen it a bit on those who really need help. The 50% criteria was designed to say, look, there's lots of people who have some self-employment income, but what this scheme is really there for is to help the people whose life largely is dependent on self-employed income, who are self-employed. The self-employment activity that they carry out is really the main way that they and their family have financial security. So, in that vein, saying that your self-employment income had to be, and I think the advice recommended 2 options, either greater than 50%, or you could have been a bit stricter and said greater than 2/3 of your overall income. It doesn't seem an unreasonable approach to take. That's what this criteria. That's what this criteria did, and I think that from memory, the median kind of self-employment income from those people who were not eligible because of this criteria was, I think, something like £4,000 or £5,000, right? So it was not their primary source of overall income, and we could target help on those for whom it was. That was the thesis behind this particular threshold. And again, you could, the advice had an option of 2/3, which would have been stricter. We went with 50%, which was a little bit more broad and generous.
And in terms of 50%, 2/3, no magic in the number.
No.
You just had to.
No.
You had to arrive at a number.
Had to arrive at a number, and I think reasonably people could have done 2/3. 50% is at least the majority of your income is coming from self-employment. Seems a kind of minimum bar to cross to be calling yourself self-employed or to have a scheme that's supporting you. So that seemed probably the generous interpretation relative to 66% or 2/3.
Now, I appreciate this next question may sound like, well, you could say you could pick anybody who's a loser and put a scenario, but I just want to pick this up, thinking about the most vulnerable, economically vulnerable. For those who say had a low-paid job and a small pot of self-employed income on top of that self-employed income might be what made the difference between the wage that they earned in their job and being able to provide for their family. Yeah. What they would fall in the gap in the scheme, but what would your reaction to that be in terms of how you can design out of that, how anyone can design out of
Well, I mean, they can't. So you will, I'm 100% sure, with everything that we did, as big and as comprehensive as it was, and we talked about the scale, you will always be able to find individual people who, for whatever reason, don't quite meet the exact criteria because of their particular circumstances. It would be wrong to pretend otherwise. Of course, that was the case. So what you can then do is make sure you've got lots of different types of support, so that even if someone doesn't get something over here, they will get picked up over here. And that's why we'll come on to universal credit later this afternoon. Probably the person that you're describing would be eligible for universal credit and would have benefited from the changes we made there. Similarly, we also provided the hardship fund to local authorities, which was the most discretionary of pots, which was effectively a way of saying that for people who, for whatever reason, just need some extra help, who we have not been able to find through all these dozens of things that we've set up, they can talk to their local authority at a very local level, and those people know those families, and get that extra assistance from them. And so that was and then we topped that up a couple of different times through the pandemic, so there was always funding there. I could go on, but straight away, those are two other things that probably would have helped the person that you're describing.
So I think your principal point is, whilst I am in my questioning focusing on one scheme at a time and looking at that scheme in isolation and identifying gaps in it, you would say this is one of many schemes that government was introducing, and you have to look at the panoply of support in different ways that was available, not just look at a hard edge in Scheme A rather than...
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Having said that, can we just pick up one other hard edge, if you like, which is the other untapered hard edge of the £50,000 income criteria. So earn £50,000 and £1, no support, earn £49,999 support. And in particular, I'm just interested in the consideration given to a taper, because there'd been a taper in the high-earning child benefit
charge.
And if you did consider it, why you didn't, and the rationale, please.
Yeah. So I think first, again, we're trying to target this thing on those who most need it, and 50k just being as it was then, the threshold for higher rate tax. So what first thing is this did not mean that many people as a percentage were ineligible. I think the number was 4 or 5%. So as a result of this, I'll get onto the taper question in a minute. So as a result of this bit of targeting, focusing the scheme on those who earn less than 50k, it meant that around 5% of people were ineligible. So it was not, in the scheme of things, a huge number. And the average income of those people was, I think, £200,000. Just again. Now, that's me sitting in the Treasury looking at the macro statistics. You absolutely could find someone who £50,001. I'm confident of that. But in aggregate, we're talking about 4 to 5% of people, average income of about £200,000. So that's the backdrop. So why? And so given that, why? Also then why not a taper? Look, tapers are complex. I mean, anyone who's trying to sit there and with that HICBIC taper will tell you that. And in this particular instance, there were two reasons we didn't do it. One is, as you heard from Jim Harrow, the Perm Sec at HMRC, it would have delayed implementation significantly by a matter of several weeks, I think, from memory, but he's been clear about that. So a taper would have delayed implementation because of the complexity of it. And generally you do tapers because there's a behavioural impact of them, and you're trying to not have economic behaviour be distorted by a cliff edge, and that's the rationale for doing tapers generally. In this instance, these were in theory one-off payments based on an income that you had earned in the past, so there was less argument that this was going to have a behavioural impact and therefore was worth the extra time delay and hassle of putting in a taper, especially given the as a percentage smaller number of people who were actually impacted by it in any case.
So a potential claimant couldn't think, well, I'll delay putting in that invoice because I don't want to go over the amount, because we're talking about a year past.
Well, it was a backwards-looking. At this point, it was a backwards-looking thing. You couldn't do anything about it anyway. So
no, all right. Just want to pick up, I suppose, looking at this the other way, the other argument, there are elements that were too generous in the sense that, and this is a point that Dr. Brewer picked up in his report, that you could say that the lack of conditionality, it being a condition that you have lost income to a significant extent, meant that some self-employed people who didn't really need the support were being given it, and that got tightened up over time, didn't it, in terms of the certification?
And again, I didn't see one. I'm not sure that I've seen a way that you could have done that during this. I mean, we had the long conversation on targeting and CGRS, which I won't repeat, but there really is no way to do that during. What we did do and could do, because I don't disagree with the premise at all. Of course, I'd rather really focus this on people who most need it. Of course, I would prefer to do that. When we could, we did. And you saw, but that really took until 2021, because by then you'd had, a kind of year of the pandemic. And what you were able to do then for the last two grants, I think it was, in the summer and autumn of 2021, you were able to say, well, we had a pandemic last year, spring 20 to spring 21. So now we're going to separate these grants out, and it's going to be a function of how much your revenue declined, your income declined or trading profits declined in the last year. So as soon as we could inject some degree of targeting, we did, and I think that was sensible. So we had two levels of grant depending on your turnover, income, or income decline. Again, reasonable people would disagree potentially on where you set those thresholds, but principle I agree with. When we could do it, we did do it, but I don't know how you could have done that during the previous year very easily. The only thing I have heard, and I think this is probably something for people to think about in the future, is I think actually maybe Dr. Brewer mentioned this, was whether one might want to consider a clawback if turnover didn't ultimately fall down. So in that 2021 year, you could say we're going to give these SAYS grants. If it turns out next year when you file your tax return that you're fine, then we'll have that grant back.
Claw it back through self-assessment.
You can claw it back through self-assessment. Now, I think you need some extra legal powers to do that from memory, because I think we looked at it the following year. I think you need primary legislation from memory, but you need. I think that would require legislation. There's obviously an operational complexity to that the next year, which HMRC would be best placed to answer as to how feasible that is, and it would obviously have a behavioural impact on the margin, because people would then be figuring out, well, I might not bother working because I'd rather have the grant. And again, someone would have to model that out. It's not a crazy idea, and someone would want to work through all of that to see if it was feasible or practical. But absent that, I haven't seen a way that you could do the targeting in real time in that first year of the pandemic.
But in terms of having a suite of policy options available, if it was deliverable and there was the legislative power to do it, something worth exploring and at least having on the table.
Not an unreasonable thing to explore. I think the other thing that we did do, and which I thought was probably underappreciated, was kind of a good amount of behavioural economics in the application forms for SAYS. There was a kind of affirmation that which had no real legal force, but you had to kind of tick something that says, I have been impacted by the pandemic, and my business has been impacted by the pandemic, and therefore would like to claim this grant, or some variation of that language, and then it got tightened up over time into something called a reasonable belief test, or I have a reasonable belief that I have, etc. And I said I don't think it had legal force. But it had quite a good behavioural force to just, on the margin, hopefully make people think, should I really be claiming this? And actually, interestingly, I was just checking the numbers before today, given that anyone could have got this thing, right? There was no real way, there was no reason they shouldn't get it, even if they were working, in reality. The first grant had an application rate of take-up rate of 77%. So even in that first grant, with very little of this, a quarter of the people self-selected in not claiming it when they could have, then that went down to 69%, 65%, 58%, and by the last grant it was 38%. So just kind of interestingly, even when people were able to claim, that was good affirmation of human behaviour. It's quite good actually. That nudge, I'm sure, making people tick that box, would have contributed to people actually not taking it if they didn't really need it, which is a good thing. And those numbers tell a story of an improving economy through the pandemic as well, and people adjusting. But I think the nudge is worth worth bearing. I would certainly recommend that in general.
But those figures may be an argument against conditionality in the sense that, again, if you assume that general economics people want to go out and earn money and make profit, then when they can, they will.
Yeah, the flip side here is that they could do that and still get the grant.
Yes,
and that is the great challenge of this, you see. That is different to CJRS and the employer discussion, and that is the challenge with this scheme, is that you could do that and still claim the grant. But that's why we had the nudge that you had to tick. Which in theory should help with that, and then later on, and we had the other criteria, and then obviously when we had the revenue information, I think we called it a financial impact test, FIT test or FID or something like that, which we introduced.
I know this is fairly granular, but I just want to pick it up briefly on the sort of the fraud front. We understand there was an issue about being able to check across between SAYS and universal credit to see if people were claiming both, and that was really a data issue.
Yes, I saw that in the evidence that you supplied to me last week. I must say, it's not something that I recall.
Well, I won't take it any further.
During the pandemic itself, and look, clearly, if there's a way to do some checking that would, I couldn't quite tell who wanted the data. It felt like DWP wanted the data from HMRC rather than the other way around, but it's not something that I remember being ever raised with me.
Yeah, all right. One other particular group I just want to pick up on, just for your reflections really, but this is company owner managers, so those who essentially own companies and choose to pay themselves through dividends rather than drawing a salary, so they're receiving their income in a different way. I mean, really, did the decision not to do something for that group come down to, well, if they chose to manage their tax affairs in that way, that was a matter for them, or what's your rationale?
No, that it's not that. We actually, much like JSS, and as I was saying about this scheme, this was something that we kept coming back to look at different ways, and the team probably got tired of me going over this and over this again. And every time they thought I'd, just said fine, I'd come back to it a month later because someone had said something to me, or I'd thought of some new idea, or someone had pitched some new idea to me about how we might fix this issue. So it was not a desire not to. I mean, we spent a lot of time, and I think that HMT evidence will show that we spent a lot of time and effort trying to figure out if there was a solution here. I mean, look, in a nutshell, the system, the tax system, can't distinguish between dividends that people receive as a return on capital and dividends that people are receiving effectively as a form of labour income, right? We have no way of knowing, looking at the HMRC system, what those, the dividend is dividend. Could be dividend from someone who's doing absolutely no work as a nice equity portfolio and is clipping a dividend, and great, and over here it's someone who's a company owner manager, and that is effectively their income every year, and we have no way to differentiate between those two things, and that is the challenge. And we looked at all sorts of ways of trying to do it. There's a closed company director tick box on forms. We went through that, but not everyone ticks it, and not the right people that do tick it even do necessarily fill it in properly. The timing of dividends is obviously very much in the gift of the director, so it's not as predictable. We looked at whether you could use accountants, but they still don't eliminate the need effectively for self-certification, with obviously all the fraud that comes with that. And there really was no one actually knew how many people this was. So what we did know is that about 3.3 million people file tax returns that have dividend income in there. But I think broadly, most people thought the number of company owner managers in the classic sense of it probably was around about 700,000. And that's where you can start to see the issue. So if you just took all the dividend income and said, well, do a version of SAYS for dividend income, I think 3 out of every 4 grants that you would have handed out would have gone to people who actually dividends were just a return on their savings, not not their labour income, and that is a very, very tricky thing to resolve. I think your expert, Dr. Brewer, looked at this, and I think he agreed that it was in his words, very difficult to establish something, and there would be very large forward risk in doing something. But we did look at it multiple times, believe you me, and just couldn't quite find a way through.
So this wasn't a decision not to support a group. It was a decision very much that you would have looked at something if you couldn't find a way of doing it in a deliverable way that minimised unacceptable levels of fraud and so on.
Yeah.
And by the sound of it, you've come at this every which way, and there still isn't an obvious solution that presents itself.
No, I don't think that there is really.
No.
It's my reflection on it. Again, someone in the future might decide to do something different. But I mean, you clearly could. I mean, you could clearly just look at everyone who had dividend income in a tax return and send them an equivalent of a SAYS grant calibrated. You would do that with the 3/4 of grants by volume and more by pounds going to people who you were not really trying to help. So you could accept that, but I don't. To me, that would not seem like the right judgment to make.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on now from the self-employed scheme into Kickstart. And just again, some context. Now, this was part of your plan for jobs announced by the Treasury on the 8th of July 2020, a £2 billion fund to create hundreds of thousands of high-quality 6-month work placements. It was aimed at 16 to 24-year-olds on universal credit, deemed to be at risk of long-term unemployment. Funding covered 100% of the national minimum wage for 25 hours a week, and the associated employer national insurance contributions and the employer minimum automatic enrolment contributions. And in terms of assessment, the evaluation found the majority of leavers at 7 and 10 months, that's 63 and 66%, who are in work, said that the skills and experience they gained have been important in helping them find work. And you've spoken already, Mr. Sunak, about your desire to support employment and jobs in the pandemic and putting that at the forefront. This is targeting young people in particular and trying to get them into work. Was there particular significance in trying to target that group of young people, 16 to 24?
Yes, that was something that weighed on me quite heavily throughout the pandemic, was an understanding that young people were particularly at risk, and that's because they were 2.5 times more likely to work in the most affected sectors. And we also know that if young people have a bad interaction with the labour market early in their careers, if they're not able to find stable work when they're young, that has an impact on them for a long time to come. And it goes back to the scarring that we talked about right at the beginning. So, I was particularly worried about this cohort throughout, and obviously different modules have looked at the impact on education and those outcomes. But even for those young people who are just entering the labour market, those early years are really important in getting into good work habits, finding good stable employment. That sets you up for life. And obviously what was happening with the pandemic was disrupting that. So I had that in the back of my head, and Kickstart was as a way to target a job intervention program at that group and try and help them make sure that they have that experience of being in the labour market, being in work.
Yeah. And we understand from your statement that the Treasury was particularly involved in the design of Kickstart, and but also that you had a very keen personal interest in that scheme. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, I saw that. I'm not entirely sure what I mean. I had a personal interest in all of these things because I needed to make sure they all worked, and ultimately I was responsible and accountable for the overall economic response. But this as an idea actually came from the TUC, and probably, Francis and Kate won't love me keep referring to them, but I think we had a good, productive working relationship during this period, and it was something that they had called for. Others had called for it as well from memory, but I distinctly remember Frances O'Grady, as she was then, Baroness Grady now, and Kate talking about this. It was modelled on something called the Future Jobs Fund, which is a programme that had existed in 2008 from memory, and actually, I heard it and I thought that that sounds good, and we should be looking at something like that because of the concerns I had about the impact on young people, and I mentioned it to Therese Coffey at DWP, and as you've seen from her evidence, they took the idea and they led it, essentially. I mean, obviously we worked very closely together, and this is a good example of that policy partnership and the cells, and we were doing things really closely together, iterating together. But they obviously had primary responsibility for delivering this scheme, and we designed it together, and off they went and did it. And Mims Davis, who was the junior minister at the time, they took a lot of personal ownership of it, and it was a great collaboration. And I was always really, lots of the things that we did made a difference to people, and your stories video brings that to life. But I particularly, meeting young people who, because of this scheme, were in a job that they may not otherwise have had, and then being set up for life, I thought was a particularly good and positive outcome.
Now, the timing of the implementation of Kickstart, we understand it was stood up quite quickly, announced in July, and was going live in November of 2020. And was that because at the time it was announced, the expectation was that furlough would have ended on the 31st of October, and therefore there may be a spike in unemployment, and there may be a lot of young people who would need help getting into jobs? Yeah,
exactly as you said. It was designed in the context of the pandemic, and the restrictions are all winding down. The support schemes are winding down. We're going to focus now on jobs and creating new jobs and getting people into jobs. And this is an intervention that would be targeted particularly at young people.
Yeah. Of course, had you known what you came to find out in November, the timing suddenly looks different come November when we're going back into lockdown and you're extending furlough. And did you find that frustrating, really, that the scheme had been stood up very quickly? And you might know what it means, but it was described as a minimum viable product. In other words, it was stood up as, it could do what it said on the tin, but it wasn't particularly well worked or long worked up.
Yeah, of all the things that were frustrating to me during this period, I mean, that particular one probably was not that high on the list, but of course it was frustrating because it meant that this thing was not up and running in the way that we would have imagined when we announced it. That said, it's good that we've done the work, good that we got it up and running, and this point about minimum viable product, this really is proof of the test and learn iterative approach to policy making, and this is the thing. It's like we were saying, one person's targeting is another person's hard edge. That again, people like the sound of test and learn iterative policy making. Then what that means is what you put out there straight away is by definition not going to be perfect, most likely, but you're prioritizing getting it out there. That's what the minimum viable product is. We know it's going to basically work, and we'd rather just get it out there, because then it can start to make a difference, and we can learn as we go and adjust it as we go, and do that in kind of reaction to what's happening in reality rather than in sitting in the meeting room. And this was a good example of that type of approach to policy making. Again, not optimally in the end able to be executed because kind of another lockdown got in the way, which was, as you said, frustrating.
But can I pick up that point about developing as you go? I mean, it was the indicative target was for 250,000 placements. Ultimately, there are 168,000 young people who had the benefit of a Kickstart place. One issue was whether the eligibility should be expanded beyond universal credit and so should include young people who are receiving JSA, for example, a legacy benefit. Or expanded to include people who are in receipt of a PIP, personal independence payment, disabled people. If there wasn't the take-up, and if you were learning as you went, do you regret not expanding it to fill the places that were envisaged and expanding its reach?
I can't recall the kind of micro eligibility decisions and what the exact basis for each of those was. I think part of the reason that it didn't end up, I mean, still 150,000 young people benefited from this, and enormous credit to the team at DWP who did stand it up and deliver that, because I think it made a huge difference to those young people. Was because actually the economic recovery was stronger than we had anticipated it would be. I don't think that should necessarily be a sign of failure of the scheme. Actually, we didn't see the spike in youth unemployment that everyone had predicted when furlough ended. The economy, we know after all the revisions happened, 2 years later, recovered far faster during this period than initially it was given credit for. And unemployment stayed relatively low. And actually, so it's because we go back to this point before, the private sector, the regular market functioning of the economy was happening and jobs were being created. And so there was less need for the subsidised jobs through Kickstart in that sense. It was. I don't think you want to focus it on a group of people who really need it. That's what it was designed to do, and I think it did that effectively. And again, different people might have wanted to weight different things, but I can't recall the individual reasons for which bits of the universal credit system we were targeting. But I think it was particularly people who have been impacted by the pandemic or were at risk of being impacted by the pandemic. As we'll come on to later on in the UC discussion, some of these other benefits are not linked to the labour market or work requirements in quite the same way, or their legacy benefits where people have been on for a longer period of time. Okay,
just so I understand, just to finish this area, and then we'll be about ready for the afternoon break. The Treasury had worked up the policy. You'd announced it in July as part of but the DWP was doing the delivery effectively.
No, but we worked on the policy together as well.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply they weren't involved in policy. Yes. But once you'd worked up the policy, they were responsible for delivery.
Yes. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. I know. Again, I know the team at the Treasury were. There's probably some board that was set at how they do these things, and I would have wanted to keep an eye on things as well, same as I did when we get onto loans tomorrow or these interventions here. I would still keep an interest on them and do meetings to check in on progress, discuss to raise coffee, because we had to iterate. And we were iterating as we went. We changed the application process. It was the criteria at the beginning was quite tight on something called the additionality test. Getting technical, but we wanted to make sure that these jobs were jobs that ideally would not have existed without the support, so they were really doing something good with the taxpayer money. That test was probably too tight at the beginning, and Therese identified where we could broaden that out and just change the application process so it was quicker, and I worked through that with her. But her and her team did an exceptional job of getting this properly rolled out and getting these youngsters, a great job that could then hopefully, set them up for life, particularly in a difficult economic environment.
Thank you. My lady, that completes that topic, and I'm going to move on next to the uplifts to universal credit and working tax credit. So a minute or so early, but is that a convenient moment?
I'll forgive you a minute or so.
Thank you, my lady. That's very kind.
I should return at past. just right.
Mr. Sunak, I'd like to turn in this final session for today to the subject of the uplift of £20 that was applied to universal credit and to working tax credit. This was announced on the 20th of March of 2020, implemented from the 6th of April 2020, and then there was an extension to the initial 12-month uplift that was formally agreed at a trilateral meeting on the 26th of February 2021, with the extension being announced on the 3rd of March 2021, and the uplift ending on the 6th of October 2021. So that's just to give some context. The idea, as a starting point, that there should be an uplift to those benefits, did that originate in the Treasury and with you?
I can't honestly recall. I would imagine the Treasury were talking already to DWP about various things. I think we'll come on to it later. The statutory sick pay, for example, those conversations were already happening. I remember them happening quite vividly on statutory sick pay, because there were also legislative aspects of that we needed to implement. So I can't say that it necessarily came from the Treasury versus DWP or some conversation between them.
I know you had a lot of things crossing your desk. I don't want it to be a memory test. Let me just put up INQ 000588230. This is the statement of Will Quince, who was the Minister in the DWP, paragraph 17. His recollection was that a commission came from you as Chancellor on around the 17th of March to the DWP to explore an increase. So it certainly seems to have been Treasury to DWP, according to Mr. Quince's recollection.
Yeah, well, I'll trust Will's recollection. I was fine. Yes. No, I was obviously doing a lot at that time and asking for lots of things in lots of different areas, but I didn't want to try and suggest that it was all from me, not knowing exactly where it came from.
No, and in fairness, that the evidence is slightly unclear about really who was driving the policy, and I'll just, again, just out of fairness to you, Lady Coffey said effectively that the overall policy was being decided by her, but that you had to sign the cheque, effectively. Mr. Quince recalled that the decisions were really made jointly by Lady Coffey and you as Chancellor, so that was how he saw it. I mean, it may not really matter, but do you have a clear recollection of who was making the decision?
I'm sure if the former Prime Minister was sitting here, he'd probably say it was actually the rest of us could decide what we like, but actually the decision left with him at the end of the day. I honestly can't remember. I think there's economic policy was generally driven out of the Treasury. I was driving it across the board at this moment in time. There are a few particular things about DWP policy, because the Secretary of State has a legal or has a statutory role in the setting of various benefit levels and has to undertake various reviews according to statute. So from a legal perspective, he or she has to be the one that formally makes the decision, potentially. So it might be some reflection of that, which I'm sure the teams can check. But I, as a general sense, I set out those criteria at the beginning of what we were trying to achieve. I, of course, in the context of all the different things we were doing, would have spoken to my team about, well, what do we do for those who are the most vulnerable, and what do some of those interventions look like? Of course, I would have said something like that, and that would have led to flurries of commissions and work, and then start going through options.
Yeah, well, I'm please do reference that, because I was going to pick that up actually. That, you know, looking, as you put, the strong eye on the most vulnerable. This came at an early stage on any view, 17th of March. Yeah. So it appears that at an early stage, Treasury was certainly thinking about recipients of universal credit or working tax credit. I mean, but was there effectively a formal strategy in terms of how you were keeping that strong eye on the most vulnerable? Or was it evolving in an iterative, organic way in the same way as all the other interventions were developing, but just you were keeping them in mind?
Well, I mean, you have to remember at this time, 20th of March, I mean, this was where every single day we were doing something, and something quite significant, and trying to tackle all the different aspects of economic policy, loan guarantees over here, support for those universal credit. We'd already done a bunch of things in the budget for statutory sick pay changes, grants and business rate relief for hospitality businesses. So I think this is a period where you were trying to just hit everything because you knew that this was going to impact everyone pretty much in the country, and so I don't think there was, quite frankly, the time to really sit there and spend a day designing some overall, big strategy plan that you could work to. It was just the knowledge that we had to move incredibly quickly in all these different areas, of which this was an important one, and that's why the work was being done on this probably exactly in parallel as the work on furlough, the work on C-bills, the work on grants. I mean, all those things were happening at exactly the same time.
And from your perspective, was this about alleviating economic hardship in general, or, as with all the other interventions we've discussed, was this about taking steps to minimise, alleviate economic hardship arising from the pandemic?
The latter. And that was... None of these things are perfect, by the way, as we've discussed, but the general objective here was to support those who were the most financially disadvantaged or exposed as a direct result of the pandemic, especially those coming to universal credit for the first time, potentially. And in doing that, wanting, as with previous discussions we've had and other interventions, provide that assistance very quickly. And here in particular, the conversations we've had previously about things that are simple, universal, that can be delivered at scale and understood, had a particular benefit because the reassurance part in this area was particularly important.
And so, and I don't want to get into the background politics of the welfare state and so on and so forth, but from your perspective, and the reason I'm asking the questions is so we can look at the objective and how it was delivered, but from your perspective, this was about providing support arising from the pandemic, not to making changes generally in welfare provision in ordinary times.
Yeah, I think that, yes, in terms of the interventions that we were designing, yes, and by nature, as almost everything that we've spoken about was temporary, right? These were temporary, targeted interventions designed to deal with the particular issue that we faced.
And that's an important qualification you've just made from your perspective. When you signed off on the uplift, from your perspective, this was always temporary, by which I mean linked to the economic emergency presented by the pandemic.
Yes, and indeed that was the legal position as well. It was not a permanent uplift. The mechanism for delivering it was one that it lasted for 12 months.
Yeah. And so from your perspective, it was always going to end at some point. We'll discuss the
extension. Yeah.
But it was always going to end, and there shouldn't ever have been confusion about whether it was or wasn't going to end at some point because it was pandemic-related support.
Yes. And I think you can contrast it to something else we did, which I think we announced at the budget, which was also in the welfare system, and that was a permanent change, and that was a significant increase to local housing allowance, the LHA, which was, from memory, about a £1 billion increase to the welfare bill that benefited over 1.5 million people, and increasing the level of that benefit, that was a permanent. It happened to come in at the same time as these things, so obviously as a marginal change was particularly beneficial during this pandemic period, but there was no suggestion that was going to be unwound. We'd made that permanent change, and it started at the same time, was incredibly helpful. It was announced at the budget. That change was designed to be permanent, so that some welfare things we did were permanent, others like this were deliberately temporary.
And so you're making the point there again, as you did with self-employed income support, it's necessary to look at all changes that were made, not just one thing at a time.
Yes,
right.
That's a very important point. And actually, you've jogged my memory, because one of the other interventions that was particularly helpful for self-employed was time to pay, which I should have mentioned in the previous session we had, which was announced at the budget, but this gave self-employed people and businesses more generally, but particularly valuable to self-employed people, an ability to delay their tax payments.
Yeah.
And that actually was taken up by lots of people. We extended it. We made it particularly much more easy to access, generous terms, and we know made a difference to people. And it's just another example of something else that was there, which particularly actually ended up helping those who are self-employed. But your broader point is absolutely right. There are so many different things going on at the same time.
I just want to focus initially about the objective of the uplift. And I preface these questions. It may seem at times that there's an element of semantics, but it is important to identify from your perspective what the objective was, because we've heard evidence from others about what they thought the objective was, and I just want to establish from your perspective why you were doing this. The way you put it in your statement, and I'll ask for it to be put up on the screen so we can see it. It's INQ 00661483, and it's page 267 of Mr. Sunak's statement, please, paragraph 1005. There we are. And you say the government's objective was to support those most financially exposed or disadvantaged as a direct result of the pandemic. It was determined that this was best achieved through the two benefits, which were both means-tested benefits and available where an individual suffered a reduction to their income as a result of reduced hours or unemployment, which created or further exacerbated low income. And the first point to note there is the point you've made in your evidence, that this was, so far as you were concerned, Mr. Sunak, to support those exposed to disadvantage as a direct result of the pandemic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I suppose that can mean lots of different things, because you might be disadvantaged as a result of the pandemic, or financially exposed because the costs go up, for example. So you may not have lost any income, but you may find that it costs more to be at home because you've suddenly got to pay to heat your house all day, or you've got to educate your kids at home. But I don't get the impression that that's what you mean by financially exposed. Do you mean people who had lost income or employment and therefore were claiming universal credit? Or did you mean people who generally found themselves financially impacted? But
yeah, I mean, this was, as you described, and it says in the bottom of the highlighted bit, this is where people had an impact on their ability to work. And that would then either because their hours were reduced or reduced to zero, or made it less hard for them to get a job because of the various restrictions in place. And that's what this was geared to, which is what then led to the design of this particular policy. And we'll get into why we did it the way we did, and as this says, why we chose the particular basis for the uplift that we did, because it's, as we'll get into, linked to those employment outcomes and that work, and targeting people for whom earnings are a significant proportion of their overall income. and because it's that income that is facing the biggest change because of the pandemic and the fact that it was shutting down the economy, and therefore people couldn't work or couldn't find a job or had their hours reduced, and that was the bit that it was trying to get at. That said, a general increase in the standard allowance, does just have the obvious benefit of in general putting more money into the welfare system in a very broad-based way. It has a macroeconomic benefit of being a pretty effective fiscal stimulus in normal times, because the multiplier on that type of spending is typically very high. So there are other benefits or consequences of doing that have a more general application, but this is what we were trying to get at by doing it.
Right. So the objective was to support incomes of those who either lost their job or seen a decline in income as a direct result of the pandemic. That's why it's focused on universal credit, which is a work-related
yes.
benefit. But if there were additional upsides, i.e. that generally speaking all low-income households are supported by the additional money and therefore find it easier to cope with costs, or that there's an additional advantage of some element of fiscal stimulus because people have got more money to spend, then those are... they're not really trade-offs; they're sort of win-wins.
And it's not that we weren't aware of them,
no.
Right? Because those are all not bad things to have happen at this period either. And as I'm sure we'll hopefully have time to get into, when you look at the various measures of household income, disposable income, inequality, poverty, deprivation, etc., all those things in general either were constant or improved in many cases compared to the pre-pandemic year. So clearly this did have the benefit of more generally supporting lots of vulnerable people, which was something that we obviously knew going into it that it would do.
Yeah.
So it was nice that it was able to do both things.
Yeah. And I don't want to jump ahead, but you've made a very valid point there about those figures, and we've heard about those statistics in the module. But I suppose, again, it left you as Chancellor in a position where ultimately you'd have a hard political choice about not making it permanent. You were giving in these times of crisis, but from your perspective, you always knew you were going to have to take away again, which would have that negative effect on those households.
Yes, although at that point that the temporary support ended, but by definition we were trying to time that with the removal of all the things that had created the negative shock in the first place. So we were just back to a status quo ante in some sense. So shock comes, right, that we put support in to help people through the shock, and when you remove the shock, and obviously there's a ramp up which we went into previously, but in general, if we've gone back to a status quo ante world where that shock isn't there, we're not closing businesses down, people can work, everything's opening and recovering, then it's not unreasonable in a general sense for policy to return back to where it was, not least because, as we discussed at the beginning and you just alluded to, all of these things have a fiscal cost. And, it was my job to make sure that we could manage that. And obviously that has an impact on future taxes, which I had to deal with. And that, I don't think anyone wants to, pay a great deal more tax. So in the back of your head, and there's a limit to how much we can borrow. So all of these things are reasonable things for people to think about as things return to normal.
And I don't want to get into the sort of raw politics of it and what lies behind the welfare system, but your position, as you said earlier, you're a fiscal conservative, and your view was we'll give the support while the pandemic was there. When it ends, it will be withdrawn because it's there to support during the pandemic, and we return to normal state.
That's very much my approach, and that is what we did, I think, across the suite of interventions, whether it's CJRS, SAYS, we'll get on to loans and grants tomorrow, but actually here, actually slightly kind of different to all the others, where there are no real legacies of the pandemic intervention, this is the one area where there actually is, in a sense, a permanent change, and that was because we're jumping ahead to the ending of this, but whilst the temporary uplift in universal credit ended, what I did at the end was permanently change the way the welfare and tax system interact by changing what's called the UC taper rate. And what that does is essentially reduce the rate at which your benefits are withdrawn as you earn more money. So effectively, it acts like a tax cut for those who are moving into more work from welfare. And that's something that lots of people had called for. I thought that was a sensible thing to do as a permanent change to our tax and welfare system. Obviously, it costs money. That was a decision I made. I think it cost £2 billion or something. And from memory at the time, it helped 2 million people. And that was, as said, unlike all the others in this area, there was a permanent change to the area of policy. It was not the same as a permanent uplift in universal credit, but it was a change to the universal credit system, but done in a way that particularly increased the incentive and therefore the reward for people who were moving into employment from welfare and making sure that they could keep more of the money that they were earning, which I thought was a good, sensible thing to do.
And again, not getting into the sort of the politics of this, but this aligns with what you said earlier about believing in supporting people through jobs and work and employment and providing support in that way.
Yes, and particularly as the economy was open and growing, and my general view is, and actually the Prime Minister's view at the end of the day, it was also the Prime Minister's view that, and I believe it, the Prime Minister at the time believed it, I believe it now, actually supporting people into work and giving people the security and dignity of a good job, and then allowing them to keep far more of their hard-earned money rather than the state taking it in taxes is in general a good thing. And the kind of effective tax rate for people who are moving off universal credit into work was quite high. I think it was 60% or higher. Think about that as a marginal tax rate, and it is quite high. And what I was able to do at the end is reduce that somewhat, quite meaningfully, which again supports an objective of helping people into work, which is long-term the best route to financial security for them, and to help them help them keep more of their money, move into work, provide financial security and resilience for them and their families, and also hopefully have an impact on reducing poverty levels as well.
Well, I think we've dealt with, from your perspective, the policy objective seems to have been clear. Temporary measure aimed at the pandemic will be withdrawn at the end, and then you've talked about the other changes you made. Can I pick up then against that background with the fact that the uplift, or a decision was made that the uplift would not apply to legacy benefit claimants, so it would only apply to working tax credits or universal credit. And can you help us, from your perspective, why that decision was made? Was it made for operational reasons? We've heard a lot about the old IT system, and it took 5 months, I think it was said, to plumb in every year any changes in the levels of benefit, and the whole thing would fall over. Or was it taken not to apply it to legacy benefits because that would be inconsistent with the overall objective, as you've identified it, of the uplift, i.e. to compensate those who were newly unemployed or seen a reduction because of the pandemic?
I think first and foremost, it just simply wasn't possible operationally. I think as a again, I can't remember the exact conversations at the time, and we should get into it. Also would not have as cleanly supported the policy objective, but in a sense, we can have that academic discussion and go through why, but it just simply operationally was not doable. And I think you've got evidence from the officials at DWP and the bits that stood out to me, which I remember. I mean, the whole point about universal credit was it's this new system. The old system is very creaky, very old, and it's simply not possible as one of them said. I forget whether it was a DG at DWP or the Director of Universal Credit.
I think it was Neil Cooling.
You had two different ones, but I think one of them said it's just simply not possible to digitally uprate mid-year. But I think that the bit that stood with me from Neil is where he said the risk of system failure was too great to go ahead with a change. That was advice at the time, and there was a risk that benefits just stopped altogether. So, that's from the people. Again, this is, I'm not the one on the front line of grappling with these things, and I haven't worked in that department. But the very strong opinion of all the people who have to do this and make sure everyone on those systems gets the support that they're entitled to, we're all saying that this simply isn't possible, and you risk trying to do anything here and the whole thing might just collapse entirely. So first and foremost, I just think that they were so unequivocal about that we should get into the policy discussion in a second. I'm very happy to have that, but I think I just would be there was no ambiguity. It wasn't if you're happy to take some risk, maybe it's fine, and it's a risk judgment. It was pretty binary. It was, you cannot do this, it won't work, we can't do it. If you try and make it happen, the thing will most likely just completely collapse. That was very much my recollection of it at the time, and rereading the evidence from everyone and the advice. I think that kind of aligns with my memory of it.
So this goes further than, for example, the discussion we were having earlier about HMRC and the pressures they were under. That was operational pressure, but this was actually a stark warning that the whole thing would fall over. Yes,
that's actually, I think, a helpful distinction. There were things, as we were saying with Jim, like he could do a workaround, he could do a manual thing, and he'd say, fine, well, it will delay all these other things, or it will mean that we can do it, it will take 2 months. There was none of those things, I don't think, that we've discussed where the whole thing will collapse, or it's just simply not possible. This was in that category. And I think that was a consistent view from the ministers who were there, with Will Quince and Therese Coffey. I think agree with that view. Obviously, they were best placed, not me, to diligence that view, but that was very much the consistent view across DWP amongst the officials and the ministers.
And what about
a helpful distinction that you've made between some of the HMRC operational things, which are, as I said, as you highlighted rightly, are different.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk across you.
No, sorry.
And so far as the policy debate, if you like, about whether providing the uplift to claimants of legacy benefits was consistent with the policy, where did you stand on that? Yeah,
I think, as I said, it's important that this is a theoretical debate, because it, in any case, was not doable. But I think from a policy perspective, there's a number of reasons why targeting these legacy benefits was not in keeping with the main policy objective. I mean, first and foremost was that the majority of the claimants, for example, on employment and support allowance, were not required to carry out work, or they didn't have work requirements built into their eligibility. So, by definition, the income, you might suffer a drop in income or not be able to do income. It was irrelevant to your benefit eligibility and what you would receive. And I think child tax credits, by definition, were not working enough to qualify for working tax credits again. So that would be in that category. I think your expert, Dr. Brewer, talked about some of the other legacy benefits in there. I think maybe carer's allowance and PIP, but please bear with me, because my memory of each precise benefit at the time might not be precise. But I think he also said many of those legacy benefits were not, were not designed to provide income protection when people lost hours or work. That they were there regardless of that, which is why they didn't meet the policy objective. And that, I think, is first and foremost the reason. I think secondly, because by definition they were legacy benefits and they were quite old, anyone who was new to the welfare system and therefore directly impacted by the pandemic in that sense would be on the universal credit system. They wouldn't be going on to these legacy benefits, right? The people on these systems would have been there for a while, whereas anyone newly affected by the pandemic would go on to universal credit. They wouldn't come to these benefits, so you wouldn't be capturing anyone directly newly affected who's moved on to welfare. And then probably the last couple of things are, it was always possible for people, if they wanted to, to move on to universal credit if they so chose. Now, people will say, well, they might be worse off, and for some people that might have been true, for sure. But I think the numbers at the time were, for the vast majority, maybe as much as 70%, I think, as someone has put in the evidence, it would have been actually financially better off had they made the move. Now, that was never an explicit policy objective of any of this, but it was just something to know that for at least 70% of people on legacy benefits would be better off going on to UC anyway. So that was available for them. And maybe, I mean, lastly, I think in the budget, again, not that this was particularly relevant, but for this conversation, but just context, legacy benefits had been frozen from memory for 4 or 5 years, and the spring budget, that budget that I did in 2020, I think we uprated them in line with inflation and removed the benefits free. So they were actually getting an uplift for the first time in some time, as compared to the last few years as well. So those are a range of reasons why it didn't, as I said, fully align with the policy objective, or there was a mitigation that was in place that may have helped.
Okay. Well, thank you for that full answer. But so it comes back to this: you couldn't do it anyway, even if you'd have wanted to. But if you had been able to operationally, those are all reasons why it didn't align with the policy objective. Thinking about the most vulnerable, economically and otherwise vulnerable, do you accept the counterpoint that, particularly those in receipt of disability benefits, PIP payments and others, that by not applying the uplift to legacy benefits, they were disproportionately going to be impacted, disabled people in particular?
Well, I think there was some gateway that had prevented previously disability claimants from transitioning onto UC. That was removed at some point, so that again for those group of legacy benefits would enable them to move on to UC, and then so more broadly it goes back to what we're trying to achieve, because those benefits hadn't changed, and for those people who were not working and would not have seen a change to their incomes as a result, because my memory of what the benefits that they received was designed to do was to support them with living costs. So it's a totally different benefit, and so that's why the policy objectives are slightly different. And obviously there was a regular increase in those benefits, as I said, because the uplift happened that budget and then came into force in April as it was.
I turn this argument on its head and look at it the other way in terms of applying the uplift to universal credit, to all universal credit claimants. Looking at the other way, with public money in mind, did it mean that some people were getting an uplift that they were not intended to receive, if it was intended to be applied to those who were new claimants and or had seen a drop in income? In other words, those who've been claiming universal credit for some time.
But by obviously by definition, yes, because same as we've discussed in all of these things, that's the downside in universality.
Was there a way of avoiding that, though, and targeting, therefore, only new claimants? And the reason I ask is, if the objective is to support people who've lost their income because they've lost their job and therefore they're having to have recourse to benefit, if you could have only helped those people, you might have been able to help them proportionately more.
But you have to remember it's not as simple as that, because as well as brand new people coming onto the system, there's also people who are already on the system whose hours are reduced as a result of the pandemic that would still fall into that same category. And then you would have to capture those people, as you rightly should, and then you're into a question of, well, whose hours are being reduced because of the pandemic, whose hours are reduced because they're doing something themselves or whatever it is. So you quite quickly end up in, I think, probably not an easy place to start differentiating between all these people. And my understanding, again, is that, and it's in the evidence, and I think you heard this from Will, it goes back to the operational complexity. Again, we sit here now and it was all fine. Universal credit saw something like a 3 million increase in claims. I mean, a more than doubling of claims to universal credit in a matter of weeks. Let's be clear, if that had happened before universal credit, the system would have fallen down. Right, so all the people, as before, and I can't take any credit for that, all the people who preceded me, who designed that system, implemented that system, probably with lots of people telling them it was a waste of time or they were doing something wrong, they all deserve an enormous amount of praise. Because had we not had the brand new universal credit system and had it embedded for the years that we had before the pandemic came along, it would have been awful for millions of incredibly vulnerable people. The old system would have just not coped at all with that volume of new claimants coming to it. So we were also conscious of that. We needed to make sure that whatever we did was operationally going to be deliverable and not collapse, particularly because we're dealing with really vulnerable people who need this support in a timely fashion. And that's what also pushed us towards the simplicity of a flat rate change to the standard allowance without any micro-targeting beyond that, because there's multiple different versions of what you've just said, Mr. Wright. You could vary the amounts for different groups of people. You could target these people over here who are new, but not everyone before. And there's all sorts of targeting you could have done. And I think again, from the official, he said, this avoided obviously the complications, and the director of UC has put in evidence that they simply don't believe the department could have implemented a more targeted approach in the desired time frame. And I think Will Quince in his evidence specifically says it just that talk of targeting fails to appreciate the pace of events and the complexity of the systems and the high risk of inequity that this could create. So is a flat rate universal standard allowance increase perfectly targeted? Of course it isn't, but for delivering what we needed it to do, being able to be done without collapsing the system and to be able to be communicated very simply with that universality to provide a broader reassurance to a very vulnerable group of people and provide those broader benefits that we talked about. I thought it was a sensible and right policy to pursue.
So we're seeing the same sort of problems across all of the three big, simple interventions, if you like, job retention scheme, self-employed scheme, uplift, which is that targeting sounds great, but when you start to try and do it, you either have hard edges, cliff edges that leave lots of people shouting, what about me? Or it becomes operationally impossible.
Yes, and the benefit you get from a simple message that everyone can understand and take some confidence and reassurance from. And look, I would say, just because people shout at you and get upset at you is not a reason not to do it, right? Like we're in the business of, at least I certainly you try and be in the business of trying to do the right thing for the country. It's not always easy, and people do get upset with you, and you like them to, generally come along with you on the journey, but sometimes they don't. But that's life, and I did that on the self-employment scheme and did get all that criticism, but I just thought it was the right thing to do and was happy to justify it. And similarly, when I had that budget in spring 21 and raised taxes to start paying back this money again, I did it because it was the right thing to do, and of course people were upset about that. So just that in and of itself is not a great reason, but let's be honest, we're talking about politics and people are responsive to public opinion, so we should be conscious about that, and recommendations and other things have to be, I think, realistic about what is possible and what is not. And it also goes to what you were saying before. It is not as easy to withdraw these things. It's all very well putting them in place. When you say, okay, that temporary thing is finished and now we're not going to do this anymore, or now we have to start paying it back, it's not as if everyone says, well, you know what, you did tell us that and it's all fine. Of course they don't, right? And you wish it was so. But that said, like on this particular thing, I actually think there wasn't an appropriate targeting that could have been done. It wasn't that people would have been upset with you or not. I just didn't think it was the right thing to do for what this intervention was, or it would have risked an enormous amount of complexity, which would have then undermined the policy objective.
I'm going to come on now to look at the extension.
Yes,
because
just before that, Mr. Wright, I just want to finish off on legacy, because obviously we're forward-looking as well. I know, obviously, Milady, and you will want to think about forward. This debate on the legacy, in any case, is one where it is firmly in the rear-view mirror, because the transition, I think, will be completed by next spring from memory. So, this is one where, look, I did what I did, and together with the other ministers will take responsibility and accountability for that. It wasn't possible in any case. So I don't think there's, it said there's an academic discussion, but this thankfully won't be relevant in the future if it ever comes up again, because everyone will be on the universal credit system.
Yeah, with its enhanced IT capability.
With it, and we now know it can cope with something that is, as I said, I'm glad I remember that, because I really would say all the people who did that deserve a lot of thanks, because it was, I think it went from 2.5 million claimants to 5.7, 5.8 in a matter of weeks. I've never, no one ever. This is going back to our previous thing. We've got 3 million people claiming for SAYS. We've got 1 million businesses, 10 million people at HMRC. We've got an extra, 3+ million people accessing the universal credit system. These are huge numbers that we're talking about, and happening in days and weeks.
Did that also feed into your assessment as to whether to provide a flat rate or to change the rate depending on the composition of households? Because that was certainly discussed.
And the decision, and again, I think would do the same again, was the flat rate, for all the reasons that we've just discussed, did exactly what we needed it to do.
Simple, easy to communicate, and easy to stand up.
And deliverable. Right. Yeah.
So when it came to the extension of the uplift, I mean, these benefits were uprated for a year until 2021. That's the end point unless something is done. It's not a question of withdrawing it. It's been a 1 year uprating.
Yes.
But there became a discussion about the extension, and the discussion presumably became necessary because of the health position in the nation and restrictions continuing and so on and so forth. There was some disagreement, wasn't there, between DWP and Treasury as to how, A, whether there should be an extension, B, if there was an extension, how it should be configured. The Secretary of State for DWP was arguing for splitting it, reducing the one part to £10, then £10 for a child. Or also you were exploring the possibility of a one-off lump sum payment as an alternative. So can you just, from your perspective, explain to us where you sat with, first of all, whether there should be an extension initially, and then how that should be delivered, whether a lump sum or retaining a flat rate?
Yes. So I think probably, actually, I think this is actually a good example of cabinet decision-making working quite well, I think. Actually, there was completely good-natured, constructive discussions between Tiz, me and the then Prime Minister about this issue. Lots of good meetings, lots of going through the options. To your point earlier, everyone working from the same set of shared facts, figures, analysis from DWP and HMT about the options. I think the thinking evolved. We started discussing this probably in the autumn, and obviously the health situation then was changing between then and when we ended up making the final decisions going into the spring budget. So I think my thinking may well have evolved during that period, and I think where we ended up was what I think was again, why did we do it? It aligned with the other things that we were doing. We're going to go through all the different interventions. They broadly align, or the economic interventions, if you look at how they were all phased out, they all broadly align with the health restrictions phasing out. If you put a chart on, we had it in one of the bits of evidence. We thought about it across the piece. the loan schemes, the grants, SAYS, or the last SAYS grant, CGRS, universal credit, it wasn't as if one thing was ending here, one thing was ending there, one thing was ending there. They were all actually, if you look at them, being done in a pretty consistent and coherent manner. And again, all of that was driven by the changing health picture. So this ending at the end of September at the same time that SAYS ended, that CGRS ended, that the grants ended, again, you'll see a kind of similarity amongst all of these things. So that's kind of where we settled on. I think it's not unfair that there's a bit of disagreement about that. The Secretary of State for Work and Pensions arguing for more money for the welfare system. It was ever thus, and I'm sure it will always be ever thus in general.
Can I pick that point up? I mean, Mr. Quince was quite candid in his evidence about this, in that he took the view, well, we've got the money in the system now, let's try and make it permanent, really. Let's try and land it permanently. Now, this is, would you say, you going back to your ordinary state as Chancellor of the Exchequer, which is a responsibility to overall government spending and budgets, and was this the point at which you've been looking at this as an economic intervention related to the pandemic? That's how it had come in. That's still how you were looking at it. But the DWP was moving on to thinking about it in terms of, can we bank this going forwards?
Yeah, I think Will, if you asked him, would probably not disagree with your characterisation of it. And I think if you look at his evidence, I think he said, I can't say I disagree with the final decision made by the Chancellor, competing fiscal priorities, complex trade-offs. Totally reasonable for him to make the case. And at the end of the day, the Secretary of State, myself, the PM, we sat through, actually very constructively went through the options, settled on the extension. The one-off payment was for working tax credits because it could only operationally be done that way, the way that system worked. It was either a one-off payment or 12 months from memory. There's a debate amongst the people that spend time on this about one-off, whether large lump sum payments are necessarily great or not great for people.
Just jumping in there, I think the Treasury was really saying to the DWP, you were pointing out to them, there's actually some evidence the other way that people cope perfectly well with lump sum payments.
I think there's a reasonable debate about that amongst people. In the end, I'm not sure it was ever whether it was possible or not for universal credit. I don't know. It might have been, but it was also we did do the 6 months. I think that's fine. Working tax credits, it had to be done in that way because the system is not able to do 6 months worth of payments. So we did it that way for working tax credits. It was an operationally driven decision rather than a policy decision. And if we did have the choice in universal credit, which I can't remember, we clearly decided to do it 6 months. And so that was, that's where we settled. As I said, I think it was entirely reasonable given everything else we were doing. And then, as we discussed earlier, what happened at the end of that was a permanent change to the universal credit system, which made it more generous as people moved into employment and worked and essentially reduced the tax rate on them for working more.
Can I just pick up the point about lump sum payments in the context of legacy benefits? Accepting what you've said about, for operational reasons, you just couldn't deliver the uplift to legacy benefits. We now moved on quite a long time in the pandemic by the time of the extension. Had other work been done to see whether it would be, or an uplift to legacy benefits would be deliverable, payable by lump sum, if the policy objective had shifted, so that you could do something about that?
I can't recall. I remember early in the pandemic, it was certainly the case, and I think you've had evidence on this point, that it simply wasn't possible to do one-off payments for legacy benefits. I think the quote in the evidence is, they'd never tested the emergency payments system at that scale, and that they would need at least 6 months to go through all of that. And I don't recall, when that work started. Given all the other demands on DWP's time, I'm not sure where that was. Thankfully, it was in place by the time of spring 2022, when we were responding to the energy bill shock, and we were able to use that use that new emergency payment system that had at that point been improved or whatever it was that needed to happen to it, so we could use it to deliver effective lump sum payments. So again, in terms of the future, that has now been done, but I think legacy payments in the future won't be an issue. So it's,
because everyone will be on universal
credit anyway. So, but in any case, it had been done by spring 2022, which was good because we used it to respond to the energy shock.
Yeah. I'm sorry to get into what you might consider to be the weeds of details at 4:20, but just on when the decision to uplift was actually made, I just wonder if you can help us with this. And I'll give, there seem to be a few meetings, key meetings, in February of 2021. There was one on the 4th of February where the Secretary of State, Prime Minister and yourself had a trilateral. You had a bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister on the 8th of February where we know that universal credit was discussed. And you say in your statement you agreed to proceed on the 17th of February, 2021. And then there's a further trilateral meeting on the 26th of February. Can you help us at all with, I mean, your statement says 17th of February you agreed to proceed. Was it likely at the bilateral with the Prime Minister on the 8th of February, do you think, or was it a sort of continuing dialogue?
I honestly can't remember, but the budget was on the 3rd of March, and it was announced at the budget, and this is something that everyone is a bit more intimately familiar with OBR processes now, but that was something, it's the kind of thing that you would need to have communicated to the OBR, some period of time before the 3rd of March, maybe. And I tended not to do things last minute, so that I would have imagined would have been towards the end of Feb, maybe the 20th or something. So that feels about right to me, but I can't honestly remember beyond what I put in my statement as to where it was. But the Prime Minister was intimately involved in all of this, and would have signed off on the final decisions, as he would because of all the budget decisions. He would go through with me and sign off on them, and this was something that he'd had the meetings with Therese and me on, and ultimately took the final decision.
In terms of then the uplift ending, and again, it wasn't that a decision was taken to end it, it was just that it had been extended, and so it then came to its end, and that's probably the right way of looking at it.
Yes.
It's not a new decision not to end it. But looking back, and you having been very clear about what your objectives were and why you were doing this, and accepting that the DWP, in terms of extension, were pushing to try and land it permanently, do you think that public communication could have been clearer, should have been clearer, that from the very outset, don't get used to this, putting it bluntly, this is a temporary measure, that's all it's ever going to be?
I can't recall each individual instance that I was asked. I can't imagine that I was ambiguous on that point. And again, it's the same as all of the interventions. We'll go over the others tomorrow, but all the ones we've been through today all had and most of it was all announced at the spring budget, in that 3rd of March, where there was roadmaps for CJRS, for SAYS, business grants, etc., universal credit, working tax credit, all of that was announced. Here's the plan, here's the exit roadmap from the pandemic, here's how the economic support is going to taper off over the next 6 months. Look, there's always people who would want to create and lobby and create news and talk to people to try and get energy around the idea it should be extended. Of course, that's going to happen, but I guess the person who's doing that job, whether it was me then or someone in the future, they can't stop people from agitating or lobbying for it to be made permanent and suggesting there are reasons it should be. That's always going to happen. And I would have been consistent, I would imagine, throughout that, we've set out a set of taperings or finality to these schemes, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah. We understand that the DWP itself didn't do any monitoring or evaluation of the uplift in terms of that very narrow intended target group. I accept the wider point you've made about, if you like, the unintended benefits to everybody who received it in terms of poverty and living standards and so on. But in terms of its actual economic objective of cushioning the blow of those who lost their jobs or lost income, are you aware that whether the Treasury did any evaluation or not? And if not, isn't that important if you're spending money in that way to evaluate it?
Yes. I mean, we do know a range of things, and I think it's worth, just in the time we have, because this was something that, as I said at the beginning, was an objective of mine to support the most vulnerable, and I'm proud of what the government did and everyone who worked on this achieved. And like everything, nothing's perfect. But I think you've had evidence from lots of people, including the expert witnesses, who have been clear that what we did made a considerable difference to those low-income households. So much so that, according to Dr. Brewer, deprivation and poverty didn't actually seem to increase during this period, which is surprising given the economic turmoil, and actually the official data shows that the proportion of households living in relative poverty actually fell from 22% to 20% during this period of time. The number of children in poverty fell, according to the Child Poverty Action Group, and some of the academic research that has been done by Blundell and others showed that income inequality fell during the pandemic. And then DWP do a survey, the HBAI survey, the Households Below Average Income survey, and we have some data from that which shows that the proportion of people facing food insecurity was lower in this pandemic year than it was the year before. Disposable incomes of the poorest fifth were higher, and actually material deprivation, because you've talked about costs previously as well, were lower. So even if there wasn't a formal DWP evaluation done, which obviously question for them, and maybe it can be done, there's an enormous amount of official data, academic research, survey data, and the Treasury published distribution analysis at all the events showing all these things that I've described, demonstrating that in aggregate the policy objective supporting the most vulnerable people in society, by and large, did a good job of delivering on that, and all the data that I've just been through would demonstrate that. And again, of